Chapter 420. The conversation between the two of them was not concealed from Su Yu and Xia Jingyu. It seemed they were very confident in Sheng Ji's heavenly ghost heart planting technique. A moment later. In a great hall. Hey Luo, you may leave. Immediately carry out my instructions. Sheng Ji waved her hand. After dismissing Hey Luo, Sheng Ji walked over and placed a hand on Su Yu's wrist, closing her eyes. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes with a hint of surprise. Backlash from the heavenly wrath. I am surprised that a junior like you could be injured by the heavenly wrath. Those eyes must have been blinded by the heavenly wrath, right? Also, you actually have a shred of our ghost bloodline, and it is the rarer evil ghost bloodline. It can swallow the life force and cultivation of all living things. How strange. If you really were a member of the Ghost Clan, I might even pass on the Ghost Clan's sacred object, the 100 Ghosts secret scroll, to you. Unfortunately, you're just a tool that I need to use. You're not worth my time. Shedding her curiosity, Sheng Ji calmly said, besides the lightning-based techniques, you also cultivate the fire-based and ice-based techniques. Even your physical body seems to have undergone some training. You have learned too much, but not enough. In particular, the lightning-based techniques that I need are not as good as the ice-based and fire-based techniques. You have already cultivated the origin of these two techniques. Instead, the lightning-based techniques are slightly inferior. It looks like I still need to spend some effort to sort out what you have learned. Only then can I ensure that you can control that lightning-based treasure. After thinking for a moment, the heavenly ghost tapped Su Yu's forehead with her finger. A wisp of pure, majestic, and mysterious energy entered Su Yu's body, crazily attacking his limbs and bones. First, refine the messy energy in your body. Creak under the enormous energy, Su Yu's whole body was in pain. His soul shook violently, and he almost cried out in pain. The bones in his body let out a crackling sound, and his flesh squirmed and contracted continuously. The powers of ice, fire, and lightning were crazily compressing his flesh, bones, and meridians. Slivers of black blood, mixed with stinky impurities, were continuously squeezed out from his pores. The entire process lasted for 2 hours, until there were no more impurities. Sheng Ji retracted her finger, her pink face turning pale. It was obvious that the sorting out of the energy was extremely taxing for her. With a flick of his finger, the impurities in Su Yu's body flew away, revealing a body that was as smooth as jade and extremely fair. Although Xiao Chen's body looked like it had no muscles, it contained a berserk energy that merged the attributes of ice, fire, and lightning. His green tendons and veins also showed some changes. They were suffused with a faint golden color, which was different from that of an ordinary human. Sheng Ji wiped the beads of sweat off her forehead and nodded in satisfaction. For this rare opportunity, I'm willing to go all out. Only after the energy is infused into the physical body can it bring out its true might. With the 3 attributes merged into one, the strength of this physical body is already comparable to a peak sovereign stage expert. That is why the aura of that lightning Dao treasure did not shatter my physical body. After doing all this, Sheng Ji pointed her finger at Su Yu's dantian, crazily imbuing the energy of the fairy realm into his dantian. They revolved around his dantian and finally condensed into 2 soybean-sized crystals. Sheng Ji's face turned even paler. Her small body also swayed a little, but her face was full of satisfaction. To bring out the power of the lightning Dao treasure, I need vital energy of the fairy realm. With my strength, I can only use it twice. Imbue all of them into your body. If you are unable to break the seal with one try and an accident happens, the second crystal can be used as a foolproof plan. She lifted her head to look at Su Yu. His face was pale from the pain, but his mind was still clear. She could not help but be surprised. Not bad willpower. You are still able to remain clear-headed even after I repeatedly imbued you with the energy. It looks like you have a strong will. Withdrawing her gaze, Sheng Ji waved her hands. The 2 of you stand at the side. Do not move. After saying this, she sat down cross-legged, exhausted, and began to recover. Half a day later, Sheng Ji let out a breath of turbid air. Her face regained its rosy color, and she once again looked lively and adorable. Lord, The preparations are complete. Outside the palace, He Luo's voice could be heard. Sheng Ji's eyes glowed. All right, let's go. I have been sealed for 10,000 years. It is time to leave this place. If I can seize the opportunity, I might be able to leave the Zhenlong continent and return to Zhozhou. With a look of anticipation, Sheng Ji waved her hands. A group of people appeared in the sky above the palace. At that moment, the white-faced Azura, who was in charge of looking after the dragon sealing well, flew over hurriedly. He said respectfully, Lord, the demonic dragon blood sacrifice is about to begin. Please give the order. Sheng Ji glanced at the dragon sealing well. She was fearful, but also a little hateful. Humph. I have served that demonic dragon for 1,000 years. I perform a blood sacrifice once every 100 years in exchange for vital energy from Zhozhou. Now that I have hopes of returning to Zhozhou, why would I care about that demonic dragon? Let it live and die on its own. The white-faced Azura's expression turned stiff. But the humans we have captured as food, do whatever you want. Sheng Ji waved her hands, indifferently saying, By Luo, He Luo, follow me. On account of your many years of loyalty, I will bring you away from the dragon abyss. If there is a chance, I might even bring you into Zhozhou. Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. The white-faced Azura swept his gaze across the 10,000 panicking Rakshasas. He hesitated for a moment. Lord, what about my clansmen? If we are not around, they will be slaughtered by the humans in Abyss City in just a few decades. Sheng Ji's expression turned cold. How can I control that group of trash? They are just Rakshasas. There are countless low-level ghosts like them. If you want to accompany them, you can stay. I dare not. The white-faced Azura's expression turned cold. A strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. The black-faced Azura glanced at Bai Luo. He did not say a word and stood behind Sheng Ji loyally. Sheng Ji snorted coldly. With a wave of her sleeves, the group of people disappeared like smoke. Tens of thousands of Rakshasas were left behind. They did not know what to do and panicked. As a result, none of the human prisoners on the ground paid any attention to them. Abyss City. Underground volcano. Thunder Demon's 10 fingers moved continuously, creating afterimages as he rapidly formed hand seals. His face was pale, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Behind him was his trusted aide, who had an anxious look on his face. However, there were 9 flickering black flags on the Thunder Sword. This was the array that could temporarily control the Cosmos Thunder Sword without refining it. Although it could only unleash half of the Thunder Sword's power, it was more than enough to severely injure the heavenly ghost and scare it away. At this moment, there were already 8 black flags emitting surging black gas. They wrapped around the Thunder Sword. Only one array was left. Rumble. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky above the Abyss City. Many of the experts in the city fainted on the spot. Even the stronger human kings retreated hundreds of meters in shock. They looked at the sky in horror. Sheng Ji wore a faint sneer as she stood in the dark clouds with her hands behind her back. Chapter 421. The voice penetrated the ground and landed in Lei Mo's ears. His body shook violently, and his face darkened. So fast. Zhuo Li, protect me. No matter what happens, you must fight for the last bit of time for me. Just one more spell flag, and I will be able to control the Cosmos Thunder Sword and kill this ghost. As Lei Mo's trusted aide, Zhuo Li immediately took out a golden puppet. After crushing it, a ball of powerful Buddhist light erupted and enveloped the two of them. It was a Buddhist treasure. Seeing this, Lei Mo was slightly relieved. Buddhist power is the bane of ghosts. You have to sacrifice the ancestral angry Vajra Buddha statue. After this is done, you will inherit everything that Tun Gui has. This Buddha statue was left behind by Zhuo Li's ancestor. After crushing it, the Buddhist power hidden within would form a defensive barrier. Even a half-god would find it difficult to break through. Although Sheng Ji was a terrifying existence of the fairy realm, the Buddhist power was very effective against evil ghosts. Hence, she might not be able to break through the barrier. Zhuo Li was excited. Thank you, City Master. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The Abyss City was silent. Having lost the great defensive barrier, they did not even dare to breathe in the face of the sudden arrival of the heavenly ghost. Sheng Ji laughed coldly. "Do you need me to invite you out?" Sheng Ji stretched out her delicate palm and slammed it down. The spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth became chaotic. The dense demonic dragon's breath also condensed at this moment, forming a giant palm the size of half of the Abyss City. It slammed into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. In an instant, more than half of the houses collapsed. On the ground, a 1-mile-wide crack appeared. From the crack, a ball of scorching red light rushed out. The surrounding ground melted into liquid. Sheng Ji waved her hand, and a strong wind blew the scorching red air away, not harming her at all. What followed closely was an extremely powerful sword aura, mixed with the terrifying power of thunder. It shot straight into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the demonic dragon's breath retreated. It was extremely afraid of it. Thunder naturally countered the power of evil. Sheng Ji frowned slightly. She put her hands together, and the spiritual energy from both sides of the sky rolled over, trapping the thunder sword aura that shot into the sky. Then, she squeezed her palms together, and the thunder sword aura that was trapped let out a whimper before shattering into lightning. It seemed like even she was somewhat fearful of the power of lightning. At this moment, through the parted ground, one could see a volcano that was hidden very deep, and it was bubbling with lava. It was a huge sword that was 100 jong long. Lightning coiled around his body as he emitted a peerless sword light. Lei Mo's expression changed drastically, and he sped up his hand seals. The 9th formation flag buzzed and vibrated, continuously emitting black mist. He was about to succeed. Sheng Ji's expression changed slightly. With a wave of her sleeve, a destructive force turned into a sharp arrow and shot down. At this moment, the Buddhist light barrier was actually on the verge of collapse. Not good. This heavenly ghost is more powerful than I imagined. Zhuo Li's expression changed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood essence and frantically infused his spiritual energy into the Buddhist light. Suddenly, the Buddhist light expanded and formed a 10-jong-tall Buddha statue. As the sharp arrow shot down, the Buddha statue shook violently. Its whole body was covered with cracks the width of a finger. Bang! In the end, the Buddha statue could not withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. Because of this, the sharp arrow also dissipated. The Buddhist light barrier was gone. Zhuo Li's face turned pale. Ha ha ha. It's done. At this moment, Thunder Devil's laughter rang out. The last formation flag had been successfully activated. At this critical moment, he had still succeeded. Cosmos Thunder Sword, rise. Lei Mo laughed maniacally. He put his palms together and used a technique to control the spell. The 9 formation flags emitted billowing black energy, enveloping the Thunder Sword. Rumble under the effect of the spell, the unrefined Thunder Sword was being controlled by someone. The 1000-jong sword let out a thunderous roar, vibrating continuously as it gradually flew out from the ancient volcano. The world-destroying sword light transformed into a shocking sword energy, shooting toward the horizon. The white light pierced through the clouds, shooting toward the clouds for thousands of miles. The entire dragon abyss shook violently. Countless Rakshasas had terrified expressions as they burrowed into the ground. The demonic dragon's breath that filled the sky rumbled. Faced with the soaring sword energy, Sheng Ji's expression finally changed. With a wave of her sleeve, she led the group to avoid the sword energy, not daring to face it head-on. They were still too late. Su Yu's heart trembled. He had only seen such a powerful sword in the ancient Tower of Heaven, on the ancient sword of the youth with closed eyes. This sword did not lose to the Zhenlong continent. That bit of sword energy was enough to kill all half-gods. If this sword were to be unleashed, even Sheng Ji would be reduced to ashes. Ha 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 ha. Even the heavens are helping me. I have spent 100 years of effort, and my wish has finally come true. Heavenly Ghost, I will use you as a sacrifice to the sword. Lei Mo laughed maniacally. With the peerless Thunder Sword, his confidence soared. After killing the Heavenly Ghost, the next step was to unify the Dragon Abyss. Strangely, Sheng Ji only had her initial fear. She then let out a faint smile. Is that so? Lei Mo's heart skipped a beat. Was there something wrong with the other party being fearless? At that moment, he felt a chill in his chest. A palm had pierced through his chest without warning, digging out his heart. Lei Mo turned his head in disbelief. Zhuo Li, it's you. Why, the person who had ambushed him was his trusted aide, Zhuo Li. Zhuo Li laughed coldly as he crushed his heart. His expression was cold. Humph. Which do you think I would choose? To be second to only one in the Dragon Abyss, or to leave this world and go to the outside world? After saying that, he flew into the sky and knelt in front of Sheng Ji. He presented a black scroll with both hands. Greetings, Lady Sheng Ji. This is the method to control the Divine Guard formation. I have secretly stolen it from Lei Mo according to your orders. Lei Mo could not believe it. You. When did you betray us? You stole the origin crystal of 5 elements. At the moment of his death, he suddenly understood. Zhuo Li laughed coldly. When you discovered the Cosmos Thunder Sword and started refining it, I was already Lady Sheng Ji's man. As for the origin crystal of 5 elements, humph, if I had not framed Tun Gui and asked you to kill him, how would I have had the chance to strike at the critical moment and give you a fatal blow? After all, that old fox Tun Gui is very cunning. Lei Mo's vision darkened. The mole was actually the person he trusted the most. Sheng Ji glanced down and then looked at Zhuo Li. Well done. Stand behind me. I can't be bothered to turn back to you. Zhuo Li was overjoyed when he heard that. He could finally prepare to leave this place. However, Lei Mo, who was on the verge of collapse, suddenly became alert. His body moved like lightning and he pointed at the Cosmos Thunder Sword from afar. In an instant, the Dragon Abyss rumbled. From the Cosmos Thunder Sword, a 300-meter-long thunder dragon shot out and swallowed Sheng Ji at lightning speed. This happened so suddenly that Sheng Ji was caught off guard. Sheng Ji was swallowed by the thunder dragon on the spot and was surrounded by lightning. Damn it! You have 2 hearts. Sheng Ji was furious. Ghost Qi surged from her small body to resist the destructive lightning. However, the lightning was so strong that it could subdue ghosts. Sheng Ji was trapped inside it. It would take her a long time to escape. Chapter 422. Sheng Ji was both shocked and furious. Impossible. How did you know that Zhuo Li had sided with me? Zhuo Li's face was pale, and he said in fear, it was not me. I definitely did not reveal it. The white-faced Azura's expression changed, and he flew in front of Sheng Ji. Hey Mion, protect master. Hey Mion was cold and loyal. He snorted, and the white-faced Azura's expression changed. The 2 of them, 2 half-gods, guarded Sheng Ji from the left and right, buying time for her to break through. Suddenly, the white-faced Azura let out a blood-curdling scream. A halberd had pierced through his neck, almost cutting off his head. The white-faced Azura only screamed once before his body slumped to the ground. Sheng Ji's eyes turned cold. Hey Luo. You betrayed me. No one had expected the loyal Hey Luo to be the true traitor. Hey Luo looked over expressionlessly. Master, when you treated the ghost clan like puppets, you should have known this day would come. Your ideals, your feelings, your back view as you looked up at the starry sky. I do not understand. Is the outside world really that good? Why did you abandon the ghost clan? Sheng Ji was cold. You are asking for death. With a thought, he tried to activate the restriction, but the lightning dragon had a barrier that blocked his divine sense. The black-faced Azura said indifferently, it's useless, master. This is a sealing spell specially prepared for you. It can trap you for a joss stick's time. And a joss stick's time is enough for Lei Mo to activate the Cosmos Thunder Sword and kill you. Sheng Ji's pupils shrank, her face filled with hatred. Zhuo Li, Su Yu, Yi Yu, buy me a joss stick's time. She had been confident of success, but now she was in a life-and-death situation. Zhuo Li could not back down now. Even if he surrendered, Lei Mo would not forgive him. He could only pin his hopes on Sheng Ji. Zhuo Li's eyes flashed. With a low grunt, he took out another golden Buddha statue. Lei Mo's expression changed. You hid another angry Vajra Buddha statue. Azura, Stop him quickly. The black-faced Azura's expression turned cold. His halberd surged with sinister ghost energy, and a 30-meter-wide ghost face appeared. Zhuo Li was already prepared. A golden talisman fell from his sleeve. It was Sanskrit, full of Buddha nature. After crushing it, the sound of Sanskrit filled the air and the light of Buddha shone. Amidst the sudden explosion of Sanskrit sounds and Buddhist light, the ghostly face shrieked and died. Seizing the opportunity, the angry Vajra Buddha statue shattered, and a ball of Buddha's light enveloped Su Yu and the others. Chirp! Right at this moment, a sharp sound of the air being torn apart exploded. With the heavenly halberd in hand, White Azura struck the light barrier with an earth-shattering might. An eerie aura filled the air. The entire light barrier shook violently, but it barely managed to hold on. Su Yu was secretly surprised. The defense of the Buddha's light was really strong. Even White Azura, with his demigod battle prowess, could do nothing about it. Bang! The White Azura's expression remained unchanged. He waved his heavenly register and attacked again. Not only did it have a huge force, but the eerie ghostly aura also turned into long snakes that devoured the light barrier. As the light barrier shook, the light barrier gradually dimmed. Not good. This won't last more than an incense stick's time. Zhuo Li's expression changed. Sheng Ji's eyes flashed. Zhuo Li, Su Yu, Yi Yu, the three of you hold White Azura back. Buy me some time. Without hesitation, the two of them stepped out of the light barrier. Su Yu laughed bitterly in his heart. Even if he surrendered to the Thunder Demon now, the Thunder Demon would not forgive him. Now that things had come to this, he and Yi Yu could only survive if the heavenly ghost escaped. As for how they would escape from the heavenly ghost, they could only take it one step at a time. Su Yu pretended to accept the order, attacking with Yi Yu. Zhuo Li hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and stood beside Su Yu. With that, the three of them fought White Azura alone. Zhuo Li was at the level of human king, but Su Yu and Yi Yu were at the level of half-gods. White Azura, kill them immediately. Don't let them disturb me. I need to regain control of the Thunder Sword. I need about half an incense stick's time. White Azura nodded. I know. He, the heavenly halberd in his hand, let out a ghostly howl. Layers of black bone energy surged out from the heavenly halberd. With a wave of the halberd, the sky was filled with ghost energy. Zhuo Li took out a staff the length of a finger, imbuing it with spirit energy. The staff grew with the wind, becoming 10 feet long in the blink of an eye. Such a technique shocked Su Yu. What kind of divine artifact was this? It could change its size at any time. Attack. Zhuo Li grunted. I'll attack. The two of you hold him back. He shook his sleeves, charging forward with the staff in his hand. Su Yu and Xie Jingyu flew to the sides, attacking from the sides. Thousand Thunder Finger. Su Yu clasped his hands together. 3 purple rings of lightning circled his arms, the purple glow like a dream. There were also thousands of lightning bolts within them. Su Yu was taken aback, and he was secretly shocked. This is Thousand Thunder Finger Stage 2 top class. Previously, he could only use 1 ring of lightning at the lower tier, but with Sheng Ji's help, it had jumped to top class. The methods of the fairy realm are too shocking. Su Yu's confidence increased. With a loud grunt, he controlled the 3 rings of lightning to attack. Seeing this, Zhuo Li was delighted. A lightning-based magical power, very good. We'll hold them off for an incense stick's time, it's not impossible. Xie Jingyu let out a shout, spitting out a mouthful of air, bringing with it a hazy mist. In an instant, the mist of heaven and earth surrounded Su Yu and Zhuo Li. Stage 3 immortal level technique. Zhuo Li's expression changed. Su Yu was even more shocked. This woman had cultivated an immortal level technique to such a level. The White Azura let out a cold grunt, sweeping the heavenly halberd around him. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled and the spirit energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. Su Yu's heart was in his throat, his expression extremely grave. Thump. Zhuo Li's staff, which was illuminated by Buddha's light, was sent flying. A black arc of light passed through the staff, striking Zhuo Li's chest. The surface of Zhuo Li's body rippled, dissolving the Shawkill attack. Only the remnant force caused Zhuo to retreat a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo face was pale. "Thank you, Lord Yi Yu." The water vapor around Xie Jingyu dissipated, and her water substitute easily dodged the attack. Finally, it was Su Yu's 3 rings of lightning. The first ring of lightning was destroyed, sparks flying everywhere. The second ring of lightning lasted for a moment before the heavenly halberd destroyed it. The third ring of lightning suddenly exploded, dissipating most of the heavenly halberd's ghost energy. A bolt of lightning passed through the heavenly halberd and struck the white Azura's palm. His body shook violently, lightning coursing through his body. His foot-long white hair was suddenly set ablaze. His indifferent face revealed a look of shock. His body shook, shaking off the burning white hair. When he looked at Su Yu again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Chapter 423. Pagoda Ghost, Appear. White Azura let out a low grunt. His chest, which was covered in white hair, suddenly ignited with a ball of black flames, forming a ferocious ghost face. Then, within the image, a churning ghost energy surged forth. And from within the ghost chi, a dark green ghost claw silently stretched out. It left a trail in the air as it shot towards Zhuo. It was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to follow. Zhuo's expression changed, and he frantically injected spirit energy into the staff. At that moment, the staff glowed brightly, like a blazing sun. All the ghost energy within 1,000 feet disappeared. Clang, crack. A shocking scene ensued. Even though the dark green ghost claw had been partially melted by the Buddha's glow, it still broke through the water veil and grabbed at the staff. After holding on for a moment, the staff shattered. Zhuo's expression changed. He threw down the staff and once again stuck a palm of talismans onto his body. At that moment, a layer of armor weaved with Sanskrit covered his body. Creak, the ghost claw exploded the moment it collided with the armor, but at the moment of explosion, it did not fear death. It thrust forward and pierced through Zhuo's chest. Zhuo's eyes dimmed, and his body went limp. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Even Zhuo, who was full of treasures, had been reduced to such a state. If he did not use his trump card, he would die here. Xie Jingyu's expression could not be seen clearly, but a terrifying force was gathering around her. She was probably preparing a powerful attack. Above his head, a gigantic butterfly condensed. It was lifelike and lifelike. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and a crimson jade clone appeared behind him. After being tempered by Shengji's vital energy, the clone was even more solid, similar to Su Yu himself. There was no aura leaking from its body, just like a normal spirit energy clone. The two of them attacked just as White Azura was about to finish off Zhuo, his energy depleted. White Azura's expression changed. He could only draw a circle in the air with his halberd, blocking his body. Su Yu and his clone closed in on him at the same time. Clenching his fist, layers of cold energy flowed within his palm. The divine herb formed from ice beside his dantian glowed coldly. Thump, the fist that seemed to be able to condense all things struck the halberd. With a catcher sound, a layer of frost instantly formed on the heavenly halberd. At the same time, White Azura's entire body was also rapidly frozen, becoming extremely stiff. A look of horror appeared on his face. Ice Dao has been cultivated to the extreme, condensing an origin. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth, he roared furiously and shattered the ice covering his body. Then, he drove his ghostly aura to dispel the ice that had invaded his body. However, at this moment, Xie Jingyu's water butterfly suddenly appeared. The water butterfly's wings flapped, and the blood in Azura's body flew out uncontrollably from his pores. Looking from afar, they looked like red lines of blood shooting over. All of the blood was devoured by the water butterflies, turning into blood butterflies in the blink of an eye. White Azura's heart trembled violently. He forcefully suppressed his chi and blood, but the blood in his body was no longer under his control. Water Dao perfection. The White Azura was astonished once again. He watched as 20% of his blood essence was drawn away in the blink of an eye, and a feeling of fatigue and weakness assaulted him. A sense of danger surged in his heart. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You forced me to do this. Crack! White Azura exerted force with both his palms, breaking the heavenly halberd into 2 pieces. A pitch-black scale fell out from within. Shang Ji's expression changed. A demonic dragon's scale. You secretly made a deal with the demonic dragon? You deserve to die. White Azura crushed the scale with his palms. At that moment, a black fog filled the air, transforming into a dragon the size of a palm. It looked small and delicate, but it emitted a frightening power. It was an aura close to that of the fairy realm. You've finally used me. The deal is complete. I'll help you once and take 30% of your blood essence. The small demonic dragon was expressionless as it bit White Azura's wrist, sucking the blood essence. Shang Ji's eyes turned cold. You are no match for this demonic dragon. Even though the 2 of them had teamed up to fight against a half-god, Shang Ji had felt some hope. But the demonic dragon's appearance made her despair. She ordered Su Yu and Yi Yu to escape. Yi Yu and Su Yu obeyed, turning to escape. But White Azura's expression was one of hatred. You're leaving now? It's too late. Having absorbed enough blood essence, the demonic dragon let out a low roar. Its voice was filled with demonic power. The water butterfly was shattered on the spot, freeing White Azura from danger. Following that, the demonic dragon's black light flashed. The next moment, it appeared behind Xia Jingyu. Its black claws ignored her defenses, piercing through the water and easily striking her back. Pooh! Xia Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. She had suffered a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground. She had fainted. Such a simple attack had such a frightening effect. Su Yu was shocked. The next moment, the demonic dragon turned its head to look at Su Yu, its black light flashing again. Su Yu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Without thinking, he activated the short skyline wings and moved 10,000 feet away. Rumble almost at the same time, the mystic dragon appeared where it had been before. A black crack had appeared from the impact. A crack in space. This was an attack that only a fairy realm could achieve. Su Yu's hair stood on end. The demonic dragon let out a cold laugh, once again turning its head to look at Su Yu. Its black eyes made Su Yu feel as if he had fallen into an icehouse. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu glanced at the unconscious Xia Jingyu, his eyes cold. Raising a finger, the spirit energy within a 100-mile radius surged, gathering above Su Yu's head, forming a giant Lin character. The murderous intent of thousands of soldiers and horses filled it. White Azura's expression turned serious. This is a legendary level technique. The demonic dragon froze, a hint of shock in its eyes. You actually have a legendary level cultivation technique. This is unbelievable. Shang Ji looked at Su Yu as if she was looking at a stranger. Lin, she growled, suppressing the Lin character. The demonic dragon and White Azura were both enveloped within it. The Lin character exploded. The powerful sound waves and murderous intent stirred the winds and clouds in all directions. A giant whirlpool-shaped crater 1,000 feet wide was blasted into the ground. The destructive power shattered everything. When the dust settled, White Azura's face was ashen, his hands in front of his chest. His entire body was a mess of blood and flesh. A few of his wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. His injuries were not light. The demonic dragon's glow dimmed, and it was difficult for him to maintain his form. You have injured me to this extent. Lad, I will tear you apart. White Azura was enraged, his hatred soaring. The demonic dragon also revealed a hint of coldness. He, a legendary level technique. To think that someone in a barren land like the Void Realm would know a legendary level technique. How unexpected. Unfortunately, you are still young. Otherwise, I would be wary of you. Su Yu's expression darkened. The power of the Lin character was very close to that of a half-god, but it was not fatal. But a cold light flashed in his eyes. The demonic dragon's body suddenly twitched, a dangerous aura descending. A scarlet figure had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The figure clenched its fists, grabbing the demonic dragon. At the same time, a frightening scarlet flame surged forth, burning the demonic dragon. Ah, lad, you. The demonic dragon roared, struggling with all his might. The flames were effective against demonic qualities. His entire body was burning, causing black energy to surge. Thousand Thunder Finger, but Su Yu did not give it a chance. 3 rings of lightning descended from the sky, wrapping around the demonic dragon's body. The rings of lightning shrank until they were as thick as 3 fingers. They tightly wrapped around the demonic dragon's body. The powerful power of the lightning caused the demonic dragon to roar in pain. The black energy around its body surged outward. Finally, with a roar, the demonic dragon dissipated on the spot, turning into a black scale that fell to the ground. A scarlet palm grabbed the scale and returned to Su Yu's side. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it had actually happened in the blink of an eye. The ferocious demonic dragon had been successfully subdued. Of course, a large part of the reason was that the demonic energy was effective against it. If he were to face a half-god, Su Yu could only flee. White Azura gasped in astonishment. Half an incense stick's time was almost up. Lei Mo had finally succeeded in controlling the Cosmos Thunder Sword. A shocking sword energy shot into the sky. Ha ha ha, heavenly ghost. I've won in the end. Lei Mo laughed maniacally, his palm striking the Cosmos Thunder Sword. White Azura heaved a sigh of relief. He was injured, and 30% of his blood essence had been devoured by the demonic dragon and 20% by Xia Jingyu's water butterfly. He was extremely weak, and his battle power was only at the level of a human king. If this continued, he might be killed by the human in front of him. Sheng Ji's expression changed, her eyes flickering. Finally, she clenched her teeth and shouted, "Su Yu, come here." Su Yu flew over expressionlessly, standing in front of the lightning dragon. The only thing we can do now is to take the last gamble. Fortunately, you have the bloodline of the evil ghost, so this technique can still be used. However, Sheng Ji was extremely unwilling, but seeing the appearance of the Thunder Sword, she could only clench her teeth and accept her fate. I will pass the 100 Ghosts secret scroll to you. This way, you can use this scroll to temporarily borrow my cultivation level, allowing you to reach the fairy realm. Su Yu was shocked. Cultivation level could be borrowed? And at the fairy realm? Chapter 424. Sheng Ji did not notice what Su Yu was thinking. The borrowed cultivation level is not the result of my own cultivation. If I do not disperse it in time, my dantian will be destroyed, and my body and soul will be destroyed. Su Yu shuddered, and he forcefully suppressed his various thoughts. Sheng Ji took a deep breath, spitting out a black pearl from her mouth. It was shrouded in ghostly energy. The pearl was engraved with intricate words. "This is the 100 Ghosts secret scroll," said Sheng Ji. "It contains my understanding of it. If I infuse it into your body, you will be able to comprehend it for a short period of time, reaching a level where you can withstand my cultivation level." Su Yu clenched his fist, placing the black pearl in front of his forehead. With a whirring sound, the pearl entered Su Yu's forehead. At that moment, a cold, unfamiliar energy surged into his soul. It was a piece of understanding. It was the understanding of the 100 Ghosts secret scroll regarding the transfer of cultivation level. Other than that, the rest of the understanding had been sealed by Sheng Ji, and Su Yu had no way of knowing. According to this understanding, borrowing someone else's cultivation level was not an easy task. It required a specific divine artifact or constitution. The bloodline of the evil ghost was one of those requirements. There's no time to lose. Activate the bloodline of the evil ghost according to the understanding. Sheng Ji let out a low grunt, her black and white eyes releasing black ripples. A majestic, obscure energy was contained within them. With a thought, a layer of blood red appeared on Su Yu's body, forming a vortex on the surface of his body. The surging ripples were all sucked into the vortex. In that instant, Su Yu let out a pathetic cry, his entire body trembling as if he had been electrocuted. A heart-wrenching pain shot deep into his soul. He felt as if he was about to explode. This was because the bloodline of the evil ghost was carrying the cultivation level of the fairy realm. His physical body was only slightly affected. If not for that, the cultivation level alone would have killed him. But the effect was obvious. Su Yu's cultivation level rose rapidly, reaching Heaven Master in the blink of an eye. He easily passed the human king and half-god realms, closing in on the fairy realm. Lei Mo's expression changed. Not good. Quick, kill him. The eyelids of the black-faced Azura twitched. Clenching his teeth, he tore open a piece of flesh on his chest, tearing the ghostly face into a bloody mess. Gaga, along with a ghostly howl, a ghostly claw that was 30% larger than the one that had killed Zhuo Li appeared in the void. With this grab, the black fog tumbled, and there was even a piercingly cold and sinister energy spreading out. The two of them were not far from each other, and the ghostly claw was extremely fast, not giving Su Yu enough time to react. Su Yu, who had been on guard against the Azura, had no time to digest Sheng Ji's energy. His shoulder tilted and he slid 100 feet to the side, narrowly avoiding the ghostly claw. Hihi, your reaction speed is quite fast, but it's still a bit weak. The ghostly claw unexpectedly spoke in the human language. With a flash of black light, it once again clawed forward. At the same time, Azura, who was behind him, took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He curled his fist and aimed it at Su Yu's chest. Su Yu's expression turned cold. His left palm was filled with ice, while his right palm was filled with lightning. He dealt with the attacks from both sides at the same time. With a cracking sound, the frightening cold air blocked the ghostly claw. His right palm, on the other hand, easily grasped the Azura's inhuman body. In such a casual manner, he had deterred 2 attacks. Azura's heart thumped. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood exploded, transforming into a blood-colored ghostly face. Its mouth spat out a foul wind as it ruthlessly bit toward Su Yu. At such a close distance, almost face to face, how could Su Yu escape and deal with such a sudden attack? At this critical moment, the 3 rings of lightning on Su Yu's body flew out. With a cultivation level of half-god, the power of the rings of lightning increased by several levels. The ghostly face in the blood fog let out a pathetic howl before it was turned into nothingness by the rings of lightning. The rings of lightning did not slow down. The 3 rings of lightning bombarded Azura's body. Puff, puff, puff. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Azura's entire body was burned by the thunder and fire. His body was charred black, and he fell heavily to the ground. The black-faced Azura, whose name shook the dragon abyss, had fallen in front of the crowd. After doing this, Su Yu's movement technique did not stop. With a single step, he covered a distance of 100 feet, as if he had teleported. Reaching Lei Mo, Su Yu's fists were surrounded by a layer of purple lightning as he struck Lei Mo's chest. Seeing this, shock flashed past Lei Mo's eyes. It was replaced by a cold smile. You still dare to come forward and accept your death with the thunder sword in your hand. His 10 fingers formed a series of after-images as he quickly formed seals. Hurry! With a low grunt, the Cosmos Thunder Sword within the volcano suddenly shot out a bolt of greenish-white lightning. It was like a beam of light, creating a long trail of flames in the air as it bombarded Su Yu. With a bang, Su Yu was forced back 7 to 8 steps, his figure staggering. His right fist was charred, revealing traces of blood. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was also a bolt of greenish-white lightning within his body, destroying his blood essence and life force. How could a mere bolt of lightning injure a half-god like him to such an extent? If he were an immortal realm level 4, he would have been destroyed in an instant. Seeing the lightning wreaking havoc within his body, Su Yu let out a cold grunt. He forcefully revolved the purple lightning within his body to block the greenish-white lightning from devouring him. The two collided within Su Yu's body, producing the sound of beans being fried. But the purple lightning was clearly weaker than the greenish-white lightning. It was forced back, only able to slow down the greenish-white lightning's destruction of his body. He had to end this quickly. With a low grunt, he formed seals with his hands. The ice divine herb beside his dantian, under the support of his powerful cultivation base, left his body and emerged from his abdomen. The divine herb swayed gently, creating a bone-chilling wind. With a cracking sound, the divine herb transformed into 9 ice leaves, shooting forward with a whooshing sound. Lei Mo did not expect Su Yu to be able to block an attack from the thunder sword. His expression changed. But the surface of his body suddenly flickered with a patch of black lightning. Lightning surged out, weaving into a net of lightning in the air, and suddenly enveloped the 9 ice leaves. Puff, 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 the ice leaves collided with the lightning net, shattering with a sound. But the light of the lightning net dimmed, flickering. A moment later, with a whimper, the lightning net collapsed on the spot. The remaining ice leaf shot into Thunder Demon's chest with a whoosh. The bone-chilling cold caused Leimo pain. His face was filled with fury. "You are asking for death," but just as he said the word death, Suyu let out a cold grunt. Explode. The ice leaf that had entered Leimo's body exploded. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest. The shattered ice had penetrated his limbs and bones. Leimo finally panicked. He flicked his fingers, his body retreating quickly. Thunder Sword, destroy. On the Thunder Sword, the 9 flags flashed wildly, black fog spreading. The Cosmos Thunder Sword buzzed lightly, clearly about to explode. Not good. He wants to control the power of the Thunder Sword. Shang Ji's expression was grave. Leimo laughed maniacally, his 5 fingers gripping the air as if he was holding a sword. He swung his palm toward Suyu. Die. Along with his accessories, the 300-meter-tall lightning sword slashed down vertically. The sword moved, and the entire dragon abyss shook. Suyu felt like he was a candle flickering in the wind. Suddenly, he realized that under the power of the shocking sword, his body was under heavy pressure. His blood vessels were heavy, and he could not circulate them in the slightest. Not good. Seeing that the sword was about to destroy his body and soul, the last bit of energy within Shang Ji's ripples finally exploded. Rumble, Suyu's cultivation level had surpassed half-god and entered the fairy realm. In that instant, a feeling of disdain and invincibility arose from deep within his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he had transcended the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming a fairy realm cultivator. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, his body turned into a blurry shadow as the Thunder Sword slashed down, disappearing from his original spot. Rumble, the Thunder Sword slashed down. A 10,000-foot-long sword energy sliced the Abyss City in half. The ground cracked, lava gushing out of the ground, spraying in all directions. The remaining sword energy shattered the sword energy on both sides, pushing the houses tens of thousands of feet away. Looking from above, more than half of the Abyss City had been destroyed. How could a casual attack be so powerful? Leimo's pupils dilated. His hands continuously formed seals, and the Thunder Sword rose again. Suyu grunted coldly, stepping down from above. The sky shook violently, a shred of vital energy leaking out. At that moment, the clouds in all directions churned. Countless martial artists on the ground felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Leimo's hands stopped forming seals. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body turning into a rain of blood with a bang. A half-god had exploded with a single stomp. Suyu did not have the time to be shocked by the power of the fairy realm. He felt an intense pain in his body. His body contracted and expanded, like a balloon about to explode. Thump, the Cosmos Thunder Sword lost control, and the lightning dragon trapping Shang Ji collapsed. Her figure flickered as she flew to Suyu's side. She quickly tapped the space between Suyu's brows. A ripple was forcefully released from between Suyu's brows. The power of the fairy realm that had fused with the bloodline of the evil ghost dissipated like the tide. Her swollen body gradually calmed down. Suyu gasped for breath. He felt exhausted, as if all his energy had been sucked out of him. Shang Ji pressed the ripple into her body, her cultivation level recovering. Her face gradually regained its color, and she had a look of joy. Well done. Suyu nodded, dumbfounded. Your cultivation level is incredible. I was just helping you. Shang Ji was in a good mood. No need to be humble. I am fair with my rewards and punishments. Since you saved my life, I might let you go after we leave the Dragon Abyss. How about this? Follow me for 50 years, and I will return your freedom. Suyu replied expressionlessly, thank you for your gift. Nodding her chin, Shang Ji looked at the lightning sword in front of her, a look of fear on her face. All right, I will leave the task of retrieving the lightning sword to you. This sword has a restraining effect on me, so it would be more convenient for you to retrieve it. Shang Ji grabbed with her 5 fingers, and a shocking scene appeared. The 100-jong cosmos thunder sword roared with thunder, gradually shrinking. Finally, it turned into a 3-foot-long green and white sword, lying in front of Su Yu. After observing it for a while, Sheng Ji smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. It is close to a spiritual artifact, but it is still lacking. Otherwise, it would be a valuable spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifact? Su Yu's heart moved. Wasn't a divine artifact the highest grade of weapon? This is a technique to control spell formations. Take it and study it. You must control this sword within half a day. Sheng Ji threw the technique to him, then went to check on Xia Jingyu's injuries. She had only fainted, and after injecting a shred of vital energy unique to the fairy realm into her, she regained consciousness. Following which, Sheng Ji tapped her feet, creating a gust of wind that brought Su Yu and Xia Jingyu to the messy rocks ruins. Chapter 425. Xia Jingyu sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to recuperate. Su Yu was recuperating as he studied the spell. The spell was not difficult, and he did not spend much time mastering it. Sheng Ji did not let Su Yu use his blood to refine it, but used the spell to control it. It looked like she valued the Cosmos Thunder Sword a lot. Once it was used, she would take it away. There were 2 vital energy crystals in Su Yu's body, and he could use the Cosmos Thunder Sword twice. Su Yu pondered secretly. If he had the right opportunity, this sword might become his possession. Sheng Ji was recuperating. A moment later, she creased her brows and muttered, "That's weird. Why is my vital energy depleted so quickly? Could it be that after he borrowed it just now, he could not control himself and leaked too much?" Looking at Su Yu suspiciously, Sheng Ji laughed at herself. She took out a crystalline elixir and stuffed it into her mouth painfully. The vital energy she had lost quickly recovered. It looks like I have to use that chance to return to Jojo as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the void realm without vital energy, the few elixirs I have to replenish my vital energy will not last long. Half a day later. Try controlling the thunder sword through the spell, Sheng Ji calmly said. Su Yu formed a seal with both hands, and the spell of the Cosmos Thunder Sword shook continuously. Under its guidance, the Cosmos Thunder Sword slowly swam around. Although it was a little shaky, he could successfully control the Thunder Sword. Sheng Ji's small face was filled with joy and excitement. Great! Mission accomplished. She looked toward the exit of the Dragon Abyss. A faintly discernible seal was floating. Humph! The Void World Senior, the King of Darkness, and that ox knows who sealed me back then. I will take revenge on you. She clasped her hands behind her back. Both of you, remember to act as if nothing has happened. Walk to the exit of the Dragon Abyss and activate the token. Only then will the guarding ox nose release a portion of the seal, reducing its power to its lowest. Black Snow, use this opportunity to use the Cosmos Thunder Sword to break the seal. Remember, you must grasp the timing. This seal is no small matter. Even the fairy realm cannot do anything about it. It can only be destroyed by the Cosmos Thunder Sword when it weakens. Once an opening appears, I will be able to see the light of day again. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu nodded respectfully. Yes. Sheng Ji nodded and warned, you must pretend that nothing has happened. Don't arouse the suspicion of that cownose. I didn't take your storage pouches, and I didn't let any of you be corroded by the ghost energy. I even chose to use the weakest heavenly ghost heart planting technique to ensure that Ox Nose would lower his guard and weaken the restrictive spell. The 2 of them nodded respectfully. Sheng Ji took out a strange talisman from the small pocket on her waist as if she was performing a magic trick. She stuck it on her forehead and her figure mysteriously disappeared. It was clearly right in front of her, but it felt like air. Su Yu's heart turned cold. Without batting an eyelid, he used his soul eyes. However, he could only discover a faint transparent outline. What is this talisman? How magical. All right. Move out and listen to my orders. Sheng Ji's voice came from the transparent space in front of him. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu soared into the sky without uttering another word. They both rushed toward the entrance of the Dragon Abyss. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If they really let this heavenly ghost enter the Zhenlong continent, With its abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, Su Yu's life and death depended on a single thought from her. Whether or not he could escape from her depended on this final gamble. In the center of the messy rock ruins, the black pond water rippled gently. If Su Yu was there, he would have realized that this strange black pond was the pond that hid a mysterious, ferocious creature. At this moment, the pond water moved without any wind. The whispers of two women could be heard. Following which, a soft chuckle could be heard before it dissipated. Sheng Ji seemed to sense something. She lowered her head to look, a hint of doubt appearing between her brows. But they had already arrived at the entrance of the dragon abyss. Sheng Ji had no time to care, her expression grave. Su Yu secretly took a breath, his expression calm as he walked to the entrance. He took out the token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds with Xia Jingyu and inserted a shred of spirit energy into it. Whoosh above the dragon abyss, the sloppy old man flew over with a smile. He did not immediately undo the seal of the dragon abyss. Instead, he took out a mirror and shone it at Su Yu and Xia Jingyu. Looks like there are no problems. You two kids have some abilities to be able to escape from the Azura. Su Yu was unconcerned. Elder, you flatter us. We were just lucky. How could the two of us escape from a half-god? Elder, please undo the seal and let us out. The sloppy old man let out a drunken burp. Then, of course, later, I will undo a portion of the seal. You can insert spirit energy into the token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. That way, you will be able to use the power of space to pass through the seal and return to the outside world. Su Yu was filled with excitement. Thank you, Elder. The sloppy old man casually spat a mouthful of wine onto the seal. The seal shook and rippled. It shrank from a jong thick to a foot thick, only a tenth of its original thickness. Sheng Ji held her breath, her face filled with excitement. She secretly sent a message to Su Yu. All right, now is the time. Activate a vital energy crystal and unleash the Cosmos Thunder Sword to break the seal. Whoosh, a light flashed in Su Yu's palm. A greenish-white long sword appeared in his palm. Su Yu raised his arm high. The vital energy crystal in his dantian turned into majestic vital energy, gushing out and entering the Cosmos Thunder Sword. At that moment, a shocking sword energy like never before exploded. The entire dragon abyss trembled continuously, as if it was about to collapse. With the activation of the celestial feather realm, the Cosmos Thunder Sword exploded with a power that far exceeded that of the Thunder Demon. Such a shocking attack would definitely destroy the seal, but Su Yu, who was about to slash at the seal, suddenly spun on the spot and slashed at Sheng Ji. The sudden scene stunned Sheng Ji. She could not believe what she was seeing. Regaining her senses, she let out a cold laugh. I knew there was something wrong with you. How cunning of you to keep me in the dark until now. Me. Yi Yu, do it. As she spoke, she turned into a blur and attacked Su Yu to snatch the Cosmos Thunder Sword. Yi Yu was completely under Su Yu's control. Hearing the order, she formed a water sword in her sleeves and slashed at Su Yu without hesitation. But the person she slashed at was not Su Yu, but Sheng Ji. The sudden attack caused Sheng Ji to turn pale with fright. How is this possible? Even you betrayed me. Could the heavenly ghost mind planting technique be useless against the two of you? Xia Jingyu regained her expression, saying hurriedly, Black Snow, do not worry. I will help you activate the token of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworld. She grabbed a token in each hand and activated it at the same time. A ripple of space surrounded the two of them, enveloping them. With Xia Jingyu's sudden attack, Sheng Ji was momentarily obstructed, creating an opportunity for Su Yu's sword. Rumble, the sword glowed. 1,000-foot-long sword energy, accompanied by lightning and a sharp sword glow, slashed toward Sheng Ji's petite figure. Sheng Ji was both shocked and furious. You two deserve to die. With a furious roar, Sheng Ji did not dare take the attack head-on, retreating quickly. Chapter 426. With a grab of her small hand, the vital energy crystal in Su Yu's dantian froze, as if it was being pulled by something. Even Su Yu himself was pulled out of the teleportation. Su Yu's expression changed. The techniques of the fairy realm were unexpected. His heart trembled. If he had been held back, he did not even need to think about the consequences. Especially when he met Shang Ji's furious eyes, Suyu felt a chill in his heart. But at that moment, the sloppy old man's strange laughter came from above the seal. Interesting. I was prepared to watch a good show. To think that even you were fooled by these two kids. After saying this, his hands grabbed downwards. Two huge, green hands passed through the seal, grabbing Suyu and Xie Jingyu and pulling them out of the dragon abyss. Shang Ji was furious. Where do you think you're going? The sloppy old man blew a mouthful of air toward the seal. The sword light, which had been deflected, changed its trajectory and struck Shang Ji's body. Shang Ji was caught off guard. She let out a furious roar, her entire body filled with ghost energy, forming a black armor on the surface of her body. The sword light struck the armor, creating intense sparks. Shang Ji was crazily injecting vital energy into the armor. The two of them were locked in a stalemate for 3 breaths. With a cracking sound, the armor shattered. Shang Ji let out a pathetic cry, a burn mark left on her chest as she flew backward. Her face was pale, her entire body dim with ghost energy. The light in her eyes had also dimmed. Her entire body was filled with residual lightning. Her body had been damaged, and she was clearly severely injured. As her body fell into the darkness, her black and white eyes glared at Suyu, filled with hatred. He had used her vital energy crystal and the thunder sword she had snatched back to injure her severely. From the start, it had been Suyu who had been fooling her, not her. Thinking about this, Shang Ji hated him to the core. Her plan to escape, which she had prepared for 1,000 years, had been destroyed by him alone. Being stared at by that gaze, Suyu felt a chill down his spine. But this woman would be trapped in the abyss forever, so there was no need to worry. Seeing that the seal had started to recover after they came out, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had been on tenterhooks during his days of being controlled. Now, he felt a sense of relief, as if he had been released from a huge burden. Right at this moment, the sloppy old man's smiling face suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head to look at the dragon abyss beneath his feet. His expression gradually turned grave. Suyu also felt a fiendish aura rising from the bottom of the dragon abyss. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar caused the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to shake violently. The surrounding sea surged and roared angrily against the shore. In fact, the entire Zhenlong continent could hear this dragon roar that pierced through the cloud. Crack, mist churned at the bottom of the dragon abyss, and a huge tail covered in scales slammed into the sky from the black water. The restrictive spell of the dragon abyss shattered. A petite figure was swept out of the dragon abyss and into the outside world by the shocking force. Shang Ji was stunned at first, then she was overjoyed. He formed a seal with his hands, and his body blurred as he appeared 1,000 feet away. At that moment, the sloppy old man slapped at the spot where he had been standing. The old man's expression turned cold as his palm struck empty air. Little demon, don't seek your own death. In the dragon abyss, no one had found trouble with her. But now that she had escaped to the outside world, the fairy realm experts of the Zhenlong continent would not allow a heavenly ghost to roam the continent. Shang Ji let out a cold grunt. Thanks to you, I have been sealed for ages. I will settle this score in the future. Her figure blurred again, preparing to leave. Before she left, she gave Suyu a cruel smile. Black Snow Devil King, I will remember you. No one in the Zhenlong continent can save you. Leaving behind a reverberating voice, Shang Ji fled with her heavily injured body. The sloppy old man's expression turned grave. He wanted to chase after her, but the dragon abyss was more important. He bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood to cover the restrictive spell. The damaged restrictive spell rapidly recovered and was soon restored to its original state. The sloppy old man stared at the bottomless dragon abyss, his eyes gloomy. A moment later, he looked at the Cosmos Thunder Sword in Suyu's hands and sighed. The eye of the spell has indeed been taken out. This is bad. Eye of the spell? Suyu was shocked, looking at the Cosmos Thunder Sword in shock. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds is a crack in the world of the Zhenlong continent. It should have led to another world. In the past, it was the passageway for the Zhenlong continent to enter that world, until the calamity descended, and this passageway was taken over by a demonic dragon. To prevent this demonic dragon from invading the Zhenlong continent, the three of us fairies forged a thunder sword that gathered the vital energy of heaven and earth. We used it as the eye of the spell to seal the passageway. Now that the eye of the spell has been taken out, the demonic dragon can move a little. The restrictive spell was broken by the demonic dragon just now. Suyu was shocked. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds was once a passageway that connected 2 worlds. This piece of news was truly unimaginable. Thinking of the dragon sealing well, which was 100,000 feet wide, and the giant claw mark that was left behind, Suyu suddenly understood. Could that well be the crevice tunnel? The demonic dragon's body was too large, said the old man. It should not have been able to pass through the crack. But after so many years, it managed to open up a few fine cracks in the dragon abyss. That black pool was one of them. Part of its body could pass through those fine cracks and appear in the dragon abyss. The sloppy old man had a serious expression. In the future, no one can enter the dragon abyss. This place is a dangerous place. Suyu's heart moved. He held the Cosmos Thunder Sword and thought quickly. If that was the case, would he have to hand over the Cosmos Thunder Sword? There was no reason for the sloppy old man to give a treasure that was close to a spiritual artifact to Suyu. All right, this sword is not something you can possess. Hand it over. The sloppy old man waved his hand, and the Cosmos Thunder Sword flew uncontrollably into his palm. Also, if there is nothing else, leave quickly. This place might be dangerous. Suyu opened his mouth, thinking for a moment. Elder, could you lend me this sword to protect myself for a period of time? Oh! The sloppy old man was a little surprised, but he immediately understood Suyu's intentions. He wanted to use it to prevent the revenge of the heavenly ghost. He should have rejected Suyu on the spot, but the sloppy old man sank into deep thought, his eyes flickering with an uncertain expression. A moment later, he looked at Suyu and muttered, "This sword is an item from Jojo. Its grade far exceeds that of a divine artifact. Logically speaking, you do not have the right to touch it. But if you agree to one of my conditions, it might not be impossible." Suyu was secretly shocked, but his expression was calm. "I am but an immortal realm level 4 junior. I do not know how I am worthy of Elder's attention. But if Elder has any requests, please let me know." Chapter 427. Suyu was surprised. He thought for a moment, then said, "Elder, please tell me. If it is within my abilities, I will do my best." "Haha, there is no need to be nervous. Even though this is difficult, it is not impossible for you." The sloppy old man chuckled. "In a few months, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion will descend upon the Zhenlong continent. My condition is that you enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion and assist my beloved disciple in obtaining a treasure for me." Mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Suyu creased his brows. What was that? Whoosh! The sloppy old man took out a drop of blood and inserted it into the Cosmos Thunder Sword. He then tossed the Cosmos Thunder Sword to Suyu. "Take this sword to protect yourself. There is a drop of my blood within it. If I do not retrieve it personally, you will not be able to refine it," the sloppy old man said. The sloppy old man said, "Once you retrieve the treasure that this old man wants, not only will this old man extract the blood essence, but I will also help you refine this treasure." Suyu was delighted. He gripped the Cosmos Thunder Sword, his eyes flashing. "Elder, are you not afraid that I will be swept away by this sword?" The sloppy old man laughed, taking down the wine gourd from his shoulder. He shook it, but what came out was not wine. Instead, it was a yellowed ancient scroll with unfamiliar words written on it. A space divine artifact. Suyu was shocked. The Heart's Oath scroll. Xia Jingyu's expression froze, and she let out a cry of surprise. The Heart's Oath scroll that only existed 10,000 years ago has long been lost to the continent. To think that I would be able to see it in your hands. The sloppy old man was slightly surprised. "Little girl, you know quite a bit. There are less than 100 people on the continent who understand the Heart's Oath scroll." "That's right, this is the Heart's Oath scroll. As long as one swears to this scroll and inserts a drop of blood, unless the oath is completed, the scroll can use the blood left within to kill the person who made the oath from tens of millions of miles away. Suyu was shocked. There was such a strange item. But that made sense. The sloppy old man had never met him before. If he had given the Cosmos Thunder Sword to him without any precautions, Suyu would have been suspicious. If I'm not strong enough and fail to fulfill my oath, will I suffer the same misfortune? Suyu frowned slightly. The sloppy old man chuckled. That won't be necessary. If it's because of some irreversible factor or if the difficulty is too great and you can't complete it, I will naturally destroy the scroll of the Heart's Oath. In short, regardless of the final success or failure, this sword belongs to you. So, do you have any more questions? Suyu let go of his doubts, calmly sacrificed a drop of his blood essence and injected it into the scroll. He then swore to it. With a flash of green light, the ancient scroll swallowed the blood essence. All right, there are still 2 months before the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. If you are willing to stay on the island, you can do so. If you have other matters to attend to, I will not accompany you. However, after 2 months, you must come back here to meet me. Suyu cupped his fists and bowed. I still have important matters to attend to, so I will surely come here in 2 months to meet up with you. Senior, where are the 2 people who traveled with us? Suyu immediately inquired about Xiana's whereabouts. The sloppy old Daoist pointed to the west. The people from the Heavenly Law Union took them away. They should be in the west. Suyu and Xia Jingyu cupped their fists in gratitude, teaming up to leave. Old man, that Cosmos Thunder Sword was prepared for you to pass the ordeal. Are you going to give it to the Black Snow Devil King so easily? A blurry shadow flashed by. It was Gang Daily. The sloppy old Daoist laughed. If you can bring back that treasure from the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, what harm is there in giving the Cosmos Thunder Sword to him? Gang Daily had a pensive look. Old man, I really don't know what you're up to. You seem to care a lot about this Black Snow Devil King. If not for your secret instructions, why would I give the bright earth milk, which I use to train my body, to him so easily? The sloppy old Daoist laughed without speaking, his eyes glowing. In the dragon abyss. The demonic energy of the dragon sealing well soared into the sky. Suddenly, a towering demonic claw swept past, sweeping away all of the humans who had been sacrificed around the well. In the depths of the dragon abyss, the faint whispers of a woman could be heard once again. Hihi, Sister Tianxian, a mocking voice said, I am surprised that you would help that little demon and help him escape the crack in the void. This does not match your reputation as the heartless Tianxian. After a while, an extremely cold voice floated over. I naturally have my reasons for letting her go. Sister Tianxian, why hide it from me? You are doing this for the mysterious woman called Yi Yu, right? The mocking voice revealed a secret. Otherwise, the little demonic dragon in the hands of the White Azura, which was created from the demonic dragon scale, was more than enough to kill an ordinary fairy realm fighter. How could it have only knocked Yi Yu unconscious? Furthermore, it was easily beaten back to its original form by that young man. If not for your deliberate actions, they would have long been turned to dust. There was a hint of surprise in those cold words, and her voice suddenly sank. You're thinking too much. Hehe, I guessed correctly. I am really curious about a woman that Mo Tianxian cares about. Let me think about it. Proficient in all kinds of cultivation methods, superb comprehension, such a physique can only be explained by some ancient bloodlines. In the 9 states, ancient bloodlines are very precious. If you want to monopolize it, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Hehe, she is just a citizen of the Void Realm. How could she have an ancient bloodline? Furthermore, she is in the Void Realm. I do not have the ability to bring her to Jojo. Hehe, that's why little sister helped that little brat leave the rift and enter the Void Zone. That little brat is constantly thinking of returning to the 9 provinces. I'm sure that she will not miss the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion in 2 days' time. When that time comes, little sister will order her disciples to use their connection with that little brat to find the location of the people from the Void Zone. Then, by following the clues, they'll be able to find her. Mo Tianxuan's voice turned cold. Green Luan, You know too much. Hee hee. Green Luan laughed softly, but did not speak. The ancient well regained its silence. On an uninhabited island in the vast ocean, Su Yu and Yi Yu stopped above a small island. It looks like the Heavenly Law Alliance passed by this place, Su Yu said. Xia Jingyu glanced at Su Yu from time to time, her eyes flickering with surprise. After a long while, she said, I really did not expect Mr. Black Snow to be able to resist the Heavenly Ghost's mind-planting technique. I thought that you were really being controlled, so I was prepared to snatch your Cosmos Thunder Sword at the last moment. I did not expect that you would be so patient, and even give the Heavenly Ghost a fierce blow. Su Yu tilted his head and smiled. Miss Yi Yu is the one who really surprised me. I was merely lucky enough to remain conscious, but Miss Yi Yu easily resisted it. You even went with the flow and pretended to be controlled. It is hard for me not to admire you. Back then, Yi Yu had pretended to be affected without hesitation, and Su Yu had followed suit. Otherwise, he would not have known that the soul attack was a control technique, and he had nearly exposed himself. Seeing that Su Yu was secretive and did not reveal the reason why he had avoided the mind-planting technique, she did not pursue the matter. She laughed softly. After knowing that she was the Heavenly Ghost, I took precautions. Coincidentally, I knew a little about the Heavenly Ghost mind-planting technique that she used, so I was able to deceive her. Back then, I was in a hurry, and with the Heavenly Ghost beside me, I could not warn you in time. I hope Sir Black Snow will not take it to heart. Su Yu laughed. I can't even thank Miss Yi Yu enough. Why would I blame you? The only pity is that you are still short of 5 Dragon Abyss fruits. I was unable to fulfill my promise. Unexpectedly, Yi Yu smiled mysteriously. With a flash of jade light from her waist, a large number of Dragon Abyss fruits floated in front of her. There were 40 of them. Su Yu was shocked. It was the white-faced Azura who was killed. The moment he was killed, I secretly took away his pouch. At that time, all of you were focused on the traitorous black-faced Azura, so no one noticed my actions. After searching for a bit, I found nearly 30 complete Dragon Abyss fruits. Evil ghosts loved to consume Dragon Abyss fruits, so it was not surprising that the Azura would carry a large number of Dragon Abyss fruits with him. If that's the case, I can rest assured. Su Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief, secretly impressed by this woman's intelligence and wit. As the two of them were laughing, clouds suddenly surged above their heads. An incomparably huge battleship appeared. It was at least 100,000 miles long, and it covered the entire area. The sky was instantly covered in darkness, and one could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Xia Jingyu gasped. The Heavenly Law Alliance's warship. Rumor has it that it is the continent's divine ship of salvation, the last fortress of the human race. I did not expect it to be so majestic. As expected of an existence that has existed for tens of thousands of years, Su Yu was also shocked. Such a huge warship was comparable to a continent. It was at least as big as Shenyu Island. Creak, a deep and hollow sound came from the bottom of the warship. A thick metal door silently opened, revealing a brilliant white light that enveloped the two of them. With a creaking sound, they were sucked into the door. It was a ripple in space. The world spun. When Su Yu's feet landed on the ground, he felt his center of gravity become unstable. He staggered and was about to fall. Without thinking, Su Yu lowered his body, releasing a powerful physical strength to forcefully stabilize his body. At the same time, he heard a cry. It was Xia Jingyu, who had lost control of her center of gravity, falling. Su Yu extended his right hand, grabbing her waist. Without another word, he shot out a ring of lightning, surrounding the two of them to prevent them from being attacked. Hey! Your physical strength is not bad, to think that you still have the strength to help others. You are also very experienced in dealing with enemies. A soft voice could be heard. Su Yu looked over cautiously. It was a middle-aged man with a yellow face, carrying a long sword carved with stars. His whole body was filled with sword energy, extremely sharp. At that moment, he was looking at Su Yu with admiration. Looking around, Su Yu realized that Qin Xiana and Lord Qingzhu were also there. There were also 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men. One was a somewhat familiar man with hair in his 50s, and the other was a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. What shocked Su Yu was that all three of them, including the middle-aged man with the sword, were half-gods. Furthermore, they were not ordinary half-gods. The auras they released were similar to Shang Ji's. Chapter 428. Black Snow, this place is safe. Why don't you put Yi Yu down first? Lord Qing Zhu's face was a little green. The joy of seeing Xie Jingyu alive was still evident on his face. Qin Xiana, who was at the side, looked at Xie Jingyu with a complicated expression. Su Yu was stunned, but quickly regained his senses. He was still hugging Xie Jingyu. Su Yu naturally let go of the ring of lightning. His eyes were clear, and he did not have any improper thoughts. Xie Jingyu's face also turned slightly red. She looked around and became serious. She bowed and said, "Greetings, North Star Sword Saint Zhao Wuji, Undead Phoenix Master Qiu Ning Shui, and Kang Dragon Alliance Master Long Juexin." North Star Sword Sage. Undead Phoenix Master? A powerful fighter from the northern continent. Su Yu had heard of these two before. The North Star Sword Sage was from the 100 Territories Alliance, while the Undead Phoenix Master was the previous Master of the Phoenix Cabinet and the Master of the current Cabinet Master. The yellow-faced swordsman was naturally the North Star Sword Sage Zhao Wuji. The middle-aged woman standing beside Xiana was naturally the Undead Phoenix Master Qiu Ning Shui. The last person looked familiar. He must be the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. His aura was the strongest, giving Su Yu a sense of danger. He was even more terrifying than Zhao Wuji and Qiu Ning Shui. Zhao Wuji laughed in surprise. "Little girl, you can recognize us with just one look. It seems like the rumors that Lord Yi Yu is knowledgeable and has seen the world are true." Among the three of them, the Heavenly Law Alliance Master Long Juexin had the most indifferent expression. Qiu Ning Shui looked at Xie Jingyu kindly, but her gaze mainly fell on Su Yu. "This is not the place to talk. Both of you, follow us. We have questions for you." Zhao Wuji's smile faded, his expression serious. The group of them entered the secret chamber. Zhao Wuji exchanged glances with Qiu Ning Shui and Long Juexin, then said, "Let the Alliance Master ask the questions." Long Juexin's expression was serious, his gaze lingering on Su Yu and Xie Jingyu. "I heard that you met with a change in the Dragon Abyss. This concerns the safety of the Zhonlong continent. Tell me everything you know." Su Yu nodded, telling them about his encounter with Xie Jingyu, his escape from the black-faced Azura, his encounter with Shang Ji, and his escape. However, he did not mention the Cosmos Thunder Sword. Hearing that the Sky Ghost had broken out of the seal, the three of them looked very unsightly. This heavenly ghost invaded from the 9 states all those years ago, and it happened to be stuck in the crack when the crack closed. Our ancestors of the human clan spent a lot of effort to seal it in the Dragon Abyss. Now that it has escaped, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the continent. Zhao Wuji frowned. Long Juexin thought for a moment before saying, "That might not be the case. This heavenly ghost has been severely injured by Elder Ju, so it won't be able to come out and do evil for the time being. So, it won't be too dangerous for the time being." Hearing this, the three of them still looked uneasy. Zhao Wuji nodded gravely. "If that's the case, then there's no need for us to return to the Dragon Abyss. We just need to spread this news to all the forces on the continent as soon as possible and be on guard." The three of them looked at each other and nodded in unison. "This matter is over. All of you can leave," Long Juexin said. Zhao Wuji, Qiu Ning Shui, as well as Su Yu and the rest, stood up one after another. "Black Snow Devil King, stay," Long Juexin said expressionlessly. Su Yu's heart thumped. During their short conversation just now, Long Juexin seemed to treat him coldly. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. "All of you can leave." Qiu Ning Shui's expression did not change, and she sat down again. Long Juexin creased his brows. "Both of you, I have some private matters to discuss with this Black Snow Devil King. Both of you should leave as well." "Hehe, Alliance Master, we also have some private matters that we need to discuss with the Black Snow Devil King." Zhao Wuji laughed, not moving an inch. A bit of impatience appeared between his brows. Long Juexin looked at the two of them. "All right, It seems like we have the same thoughts. Long Juashin's expression turned grave. Black Snow Devil King, you have massacred the North Continent, causing blood to flow like a river. Do you have anything to say? He had mobilized a large number of people, and his attitude was overbearing. Leaving him behind was to punish him. Su Yu was stunned, but he maintained his calm expression. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. What's wrong with killing someone who deserves to be killed? His opponent's attitude caused Long Juashin's expression to turn cold. A formless aura pressed down like a giant mountain. Unrepentant, Su Yu felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him. However, his body had been transformed by the bright earth milk and vital energy, and he was close to a half-god. Long Juashin's aura could not do anything to Su Yu. Casually putting down his teacup, Su Yu calmly said, I admire the Heavenly Law Alliance for saving the world for the past 10,000 years. However, when did the Heavenly Law Alliance have the right to interfere in my personal grudges with a few factions? Over the past 10,000 years, the factions of the continent have fought against each other, and the number of deaths and injuries has reached more than 1 million. Why do I not see you punishing any of the factions, but you want to punish me? Could it be that it is not a crime for a faction to massacre people, but it is a crime for me to take revenge alone? Su Yu's eyes flickered with a shrewd light as he looked at the three of them. He then said calmly, Seniors, if you have something to say, just say it. Taking me down a notch won't have much effect on me. The Heavenly Law Alliance had never interfered in the affairs of the human world. Why did they have to make things difficult for Su Yu and ruin their own reputation? Using their power to suppress Su Yu would only make Su Yu look inferior to them. They had other motives. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with surprise. After exchanging glances with the other two, he had a praising expression. Not only is the Black Snow Devil King powerful, but he is also very intelligent. I have underestimated you. Long Juashin grunted. I did not want to beat around the bush with you. Let's just say it out loud. Black Snow Devil King, the Heavenly Law Alliance does not care about you massacring people. However, the few treasures that you stole from the Yu clan's wedding cannot be controlled by you. Short-distance wings, a fragment of a legendary-level cultivation technique, and a high-grade divine artifact, the Death Horn. Also, the 2 clans' 10,000-soldier spiritual liquid does not belong to you. In order to prevent you from harming the continent and killing people, we will hand them over to the Heavenly Law Alliance for safekeeping. What they valued the most was naturally the high-grade divine artifact, the Death Horn. The three of them looked at Su Yu with similar expressions. Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. It was a mocking smile. I worked so hard and risked my life to kill my enemies to obtain them. You want to take them all back just because the continent is in danger? Hee hee. Long Juashin grunted. There is no need to mock us. We are doing this for the sake of the continent. We have a clear conscience. Furthermore, you should be satisfied that you have obtained the token of the Dragon Abyss of the 9 Underworld. He touched his dantian. There was still a vital energy crystal there. It was enough to activate the Cosmos Thunder Sword once. Su Yu laughed coldly. What a joke. When these treasures were in the hands of the 8 great ancient clans, why did you not confiscate them? Now that they are in my hands, you remember that these things will harm the continent. Such sanctimonious words might work on children who are inexperienced, but do not use them on me. The three of them froze. This person was definitely not a youth. Do the three of you have anything else? If not, I will take my leave. Su Yu stood up coldly. Slap! Long Juashin slammed the table and stood up. How dare you? I spoke kindly, but you are stubborn and forced me to use force. Chapter 429. Within the Cosmos Mirror, the Thunder Sword was spinning. With just a thought, it could kill the three of them. Such bold and presumptuous words really caused the three of them to be secretly shocked. The atmosphere became tense. Long Juashin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhao Wuji waved his hand. Alliance Master, this matter. I think we should consider it carefully. If we really attack, wouldn't we be killing him and stealing his treasures? That would go against our original intentions. Qiu Ningxue, who had not spoken since the beginning, slowly stood up and sighed. Let's just forget about this matter. I didn't agree with such a method in the first place. Forcefully taking someone else's treasure, no matter how honorable the reason is still the act of bandits. Long Jueshin was slightly surprised. These two were actually protecting Su Yu. Long Jueshin coldly grunted. Fine, let's forget about this matter for now. Black Snow Devil King, let me ask you one last thing. My son went missing while searching for you. Did you see him? Su Yu's expression did not change. I encountered Azura and only cared about escaping. I did not see your son. Do you have any more questions? Long Jueshin's expression turned cold. Are you serious? With a light laugh, Su Yu said, I have already said what I needed to say. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, Zhao Wuji hurriedly said, Alliance Master, Feiyu is very alert. He has not returned yet, so I'm afraid he is hiding somewhere in the Dragon Abyss, waiting for an opportunity. We have already arranged for people to stand guard on the Dragon Abyss Island. If there is news of Feiyu, we will inform you. Alliance Master need not worry. Long Jueshin's expression relaxed. He looked at Su Yu deeply, then left. He, Black Snow, Pavilion Master Chiu and I can only help you so much. After he left, Zhao Wuji smiled at Su Yu. How could Su Yu not know that they were protecting him? If they had not been present, Long Jueshin would most likely have killed him. Thank you, elders. I am grateful. Su Yu cupped his hands and thanked them. Zhao Wuji waved his hands and laughed. There is no need. We did not agree with Alliance Master Long's decision. Helping you was a simple matter. Moreover, we are the ones who should be thanking you. Su Yu was confused. Perhaps you still don't know, but I was once from the 100 Territories Alliance, and Pavilion Master Chiu was from the Phoenix Cabinet, right? The northern continent is undergoing a drastic change, and due to our neutral status, it is inconvenient for us to take action. You destroying the Northern Continent Alliance can be considered as teaching them a lesson for the two of us. For you to be able to kill so many experts with your own strength, you're really not simple. Among those of the same generation in the Northern Continent, you're definitely the number one. Su Yu suddenly recalled that the Phoenix Cabinet's master had once mentioned that the Northern Continent had several experts in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Senior, you praise me too much. I was just rash for a moment, and I was lucky enough to escape from a great calamity. I even managed to get my revenge, Su Yu replied modestly. Qiu Ningxue looked at Su Yu, calmly saying, no need to be humble. You deserve the title of number one in the North Continent. Slowly standing up, Qiu Ningxue took out a bottle of white elixirs from her sleeves. I have heard of your help to Xiana in the Dragon Abyss. Take this bottle of elixirs. Consider it my compensation to you on behalf of Xiana. Zhao Wuji looked at the elixirs in surprise, then clicked his tongue. Phoenix Master Qiu seems to think highly of you. This is an elixir that can recover spirit energy, the Frost Moon Dew Pill. A bunch of old men like us can't get it even if we beg for it. Kid, you're really lucky. An elixir that could recover spirit energy was rare. Su Yu accepted it gratefully. Being able to recover spirit energy at any time during a fight would put him in an invincible position. Nodding her head, Qiu Ningxue said, if you have nothing else to do, rest in the Heavenly Law Alliance for a few days. This place is vast, and the spirit energy is denser than the outside world. It is the most suitable place for training. Su Yu creased his brows. Thank you for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to nearby, and it would be inconvenient for me to go too far. Furthermore, Alliance Master Long is biased against me. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay for long. Thinking for a moment, the two of them did not urge him to stay. If that's the case, take care of yourself in the future. After saying this, they stood up to leave. Elder Qiu, please wait. I still have something to ask of you. Su Yu's gaze flickered as he called out to her. Zhao Wuji was stunned, but he naturally left. What is it? Qiu Ningxue turned back to look at him. Su Yu took out the death bugle and handed it over along with 5 drops of 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid. This is. Qiu Ningxue's expression changed, her gaze flickering. She did not understand Su Yu's actions. "This is for Qin Xiana," Su Yu said calmly. "There is nothing in this world more suitable for the death bugle than the Phoenix of Death Constitution. I hope Elder can pass it to Xiana." Qiu Ningxue looked at Su Yu, her gaze complicated. "Can you tell me who you are?" This person's love for Qin Xiana was far more than that. Even half-gods would fight over a high-grade divine artifact. Yet, he had given it to Qin Xiana so easily. Su Yu smiled. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you pass it to Xiana when it's appropriate. Aren't you afraid that I will take it for myself?" Qiu Ningxue did not take it. "If Elder cared so much about the death bugle, you would not have stopped Long Juexin." Su Yu placed the two items on the table, cupping his fists. "I'll be counting on you, Elder." After saying this, he turned to leave. "Wait." Qiu Ningxue hesitated for a moment. She looked at the death bugle and sighed. "Fine, I will accept this favor on behalf of Xiana. Don't you want to make the Dragon Abyss elixir? I know a thing or two about elixir making. If you trust me, pass the Dragon Abyss fruit to me. Come here in half a month to retrieve the elixir." Hearing this, Su Yu was overjoyed. Even Zhao Wuji coveted this woman's elixir. It could be seen that her elixir-making skills were not just a thing or two. Without much thought, Su Yu passed the Dragon Abyss fruit to her. "Also, let me see your eyes." Qiu Ningxue walked over, extending two fingers and tapping on Su Yu's eyebrows. A bolt of cool energy entered Su Yu's eyes. His eyes, which had been blind for a long time, could see a ray of light in the darkness. But very quickly, the light disappeared. Qiu Ningxue had a grave expression. "How could your injuries be so severe? Furthermore, it seems to contain a gust of heavenly might. I have never heard of it before." After muttering to herself for a moment, Qiu Ningxue lowered her head without a word. She wrote down a piece of paper. On it, there were a few strange elixir ingredients. Blindness caused by heavenly might has already exceeded the scope of normal blindness. Normal elixirs are of no use. Regarding this, there is nothing I can do. Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly disappointed. But he did not hold out much hope. Sheng Ji, who was at the fairy realm, had not treated him, much less Qiu Ningxue. But Qiu Ningxue's tone suddenly changed. "But I once read about a divine eye called the evil-destroying silver eyes in an ancient book. It is rumored that this eye can resist the might of heaven and earth. If you can cultivate this divine eye, I believe that with its ability to resist the might of heaven and earth, you should be able to get rid of the remnant heavenly might in your eyes and regain your sight." Su Yu asked curiously, "Evil-destroying silver eyes? How do I cultivate this eye?" Qiu Ningxue said in a low voice, "The cultivation of this eye is not difficult. As long as you have a certain foundation in eye techniques and your eyes can withstand the evil-destroying silver eyes, I have a way to refine your eyes into the evil-destroying silver eyes. The truly difficult part is the ingredient." Chapter 430. The three main ingredients are all extremely difficult to find. Apart from the undead herb of the netherworld, I can provide you with some information. As for the remaining ingredients, the lightning-avoiding silver pearl and the blood of a real dragon, I do not know anything. Just from the names of the three ingredients, one could tell that they were important items. It would not be an easy task to collect all of them. However, if Su Yu reactivated his eyes, the heavenly eyes would be able to unleash the power of the sealed spacetime energy. With the power of the heavenly eyes, even the fairy realm would find it difficult to withstand. Now that he was targeted by the heavenly ghost, if he did not find a way to save his life in time, he would be doomed. "Thank you for your guidance. Please tell me about the undead herb of the netherworld. I will try my best to collect it. When the time comes, please help me." Qiu Ningxue nodded. "Of course. If you can really find the three ingredients, I will do my best to help you regain your sight. You can go to the Azure Water Island to find out more about the undead herb of the netherworld. This island is the most prosperous market on the ocean, and it is also one of the important bases for the Heavenly Law Alliance to replenish resources. There are often all sorts of treasures that cannot be exposed on this island. A few days ago, when I went to purchase ingredients, I accidentally heard about the undead herb of the netherworld. Unfortunately, I left in a hurry and did not investigate in detail. If you go to this island, you might be able to find the undead herb of the netherworld. Azure Water Island? Suyu nodded. After thanking her, he left the battleship and disappeared into the vast ocean. Phoenix Master Chiu, the evil-destroying silver eyes, is the world's #1 divine eye that even the Void World Master failed in his attempt. If you tell Suyu about it, wouldn't it be a waste of his effort? According to what I know, the lightning-avoiding silver pearl and the real dragon's blood are not things that can be found in the Zhenlong continent. Especially the real dragon's blood, even in the Jojo, it is an extremely rare item. Zhao Wuji, who had already walked far away, appeared silently. Qiu Ningxue sighed. How could I not know? However, having hope is better than having no hope at all. Hehe, it seems like the death horn is not easy to obtain. Zhao Wuji laughed. Qiu Ningxue frowned. This item is for Xiana. I hope that you can keep it a secret from the Alliance Master. Zhao Wuji lightly snorted. If I tell that old man Long Juexin, I'm afraid that if I don't tell him, he will try his best to get his hands on this treasure and leave it for his children. Speaking of which, the Heavenly Law Alliance claims that it protects all of the continent's outstanding talents and treats all of them equally. But, in fact, it's just grooming the younger generation of the factions that are on good terms with the Dragon Clan. It's really unfair. Qiu Ningxue was also dissatisfied, and said helplessly, the Long family is after all the guardian family of the warship, there is nothing we can do. Moreover, the Dragon Clan is becoming more and more prosperous, especially Long Juexin's 2 daughters. They are both dragons and phoenixes among men. Regarding this matter, Zhao Wuji also sighed helplessly. Long Feiyu is fine. Although his aptitude is not bad, from what I can see, he is fickle and impetuous. Reaching the half-god realm is his limit. However, his daughter, Long Wuxin, is practicing the emotionless doctrine. Her aptitude is shocking, and I think that the chances of her breaking through to the fairy realm are not low. Especially when the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion has descended, if she is able to obtain even a little bit of opportunity, the chances of her breaking through to the fairy realm will be even higher. She could very well be the 4th fairy realm expert in the history of our Zhenlong continent. Qiu Ningxue's expression was grave. This woman is indeed frightening. It is only a matter of time before she surpasses us. She has been traveling outside for the past 3 years, and it looks like she will be back soon. Following Qiu Ningxue's instructions, Suyu arrived at the famous market island, Kanglan Island. The market on the island was extremely large, and it spanned almost the entire island. After asking around, Suyu arrived at the Golden Light Pavilion, where Qiu Ningxue had heard news of the undead herb of the netherworld. This was one of the 2 biggest treasure pavilions in the market, and the business was extremely prosperous. Mister, what are you looking for? Just as he entered, a beautiful and quick-witted young lady walked up with a smile. The young lady silently sized up Suyu. She was in awe of him, but also secretly had a thread of hope. Suyu pondered. I have some things that I want to sell to your treasure pavilion. Sell things? The young lady was disappointed, but she did not lose her manners. The Golden Light Pavilion occasionally accepts some treasures, but only rare and precious items are accepted. Mister, what do you want to sell? In other words, if it was an ordinary item, there was no need to take it out. Suyu thought for a moment, then casually took out a black crystal. This item was dropped when he killed a Rakshasa, and it contained a thick demonic dragon's breath. It was very effective for ghost cultivators, and it also contained a thread of extremely pure soul energy. If it could be refined into an elixir, it would have some effect on increasing soul energy. With Suyu's current soul energy, the increase in soul energy was not obvious. Hence, it was not of much use. The young lady was stunned. She looked at it carefully a few times, but could not understand what it was. She could not help but frown. What is this? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Let someone who can speak come. The young lady was unhappy, but after hesitating for a moment, she turned and entered the back hall. She had stayed in the Golden Light Pavilion for a long time, and her standards were not high. Compared to normal martial artists, She was naturally much higher. However, this was the first time she had seen this item. Not long after, under her lead, a scholar in a long robe stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Mister, do you have something to sell to our pavilion?" Although the other party was polite, it was only out of courtesy. There was a hint of impatience on his face, as if he had been disturbed. If not for Su Yu's aura of U Realm Level 4 peak, he might not have been so polite. Whoosh, Su Yu casually threw it over. The other party caught it subconsciously, opened it, and looked at it. At first, he was stunned, then his smile gradually froze. Finally, there was a trace of seriousness between his eyebrows. When he looked at it carefully, his eyes flashed with surprise. "Mister, please follow me to the back hall." The middle-aged scholar looked around vigilantly. When he looked at Su Yu again, he was much more enthusiastic, and extended his hand to make an inviting gesture. Su Yu nodded, not bothering to be courteous, and walked in openly. The middle-aged scholar turned to the young lady and ordered, "Go to the warehouse immediately and get a grade of fragrant spirit tea. Go quickly." The young lady was stunned. When she came back to her senses, her expression changed greatly, and she ran toward the warehouse hurriedly. First-grade fragrant spirit tea, this was the highest standard of hospitality. Only those heaven masters of the great forces would be able to receive such treatment. Just what kind of treasure did that bronze youth take out to cause shopkeeper Qi to be so solemn? In the back hall. "I am Qi Ming, the shopkeeper of the Golden Light Pavilion. May I know your name?" In the back hall, the middle-aged scholar spoke warmly. Su Yu's tone was indifferent. "Black Snow, are you interested in this item?" Qi Ming was not surprised by the other party's indifference. He smiled and said, "The black crystal is a crystal formed in the body of a Rakshasa. It's a very good treasure for a ghost Dao cultivator. If you're willing to sell it, the Golden Light Pavilion will definitely satisfy you." This is not the first time the Golden Light Pavilion has bought this item. According to the previous price, you can exchange it for 2 complete immortal level techniques. If you are willing to sell it, I can make the decision and add on a low-grade divine artifact. 2 complete immortal level techniques, and a low-grade divine artifact. That was fair. Haha, thank you for your kind intentions, but your pavilion might not have what I want. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Qi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled without batting an eyelid. "What do you want?" "Our pavilion has some things that cannot see the light of the continent. Perhaps we have something that you need." Su Yu took a sip of tea, and leisurely said, "What I am looking for is the undead herb of the netherworld. If you can provide information on the whereabouts of the herb, this item will be given to your pavilion. If you have a complete stalk, this item will be a fraction of the price. I have something else to exchange." Chapter 431. Compared to the undead herb of the netherworld, a black crystal was not considered precious. Qi Ming's body trembled slightly. A look of shock flashed across his face. "You must be joking," Qi Ming said. "The undead herb of the netherworld is a precious item. Even strong martial artists of the fairy realm would be interested in it. How could a small store like ours have such an item?" Su Yu was slightly disappointed. It seemed that the news of the undead herb of the netherworld that Phoenix Master Chiu had heard might not have come from the Golden Light Pavilion. Instead, some fighters had been discussing it within the pavilion. Su Yu could not help but feel disappointed that he had come here for nothing. But he managed to rein in his emotions. "I was rude and presumptuous. Since your pavilion does not have such an item, I will not disturb you any further. Farewell." Su Yu cupped his fists in farewell, then turned to leave. Qi Ming politely stood up to send Su Yu off. But suddenly, his ears twitched, and his expression changed. He hurriedly chased after Su Yu. "Sir, please wait. Shopkeeper Qi, is there anything else?" Su Yu asked. Qi Ming looked hesitant. "Sir, please forgive me for being cautious, but I am certain that you are not here to gather information. Truth be told, our pavilion does not have the undead herb of the netherworld, but we do have a piece of information regarding its whereabouts." "What?" Su Yu turned, his gaze flashing. "Shopkeeper Qi, if you feel that 1 black crystal is not enough to exchange for this piece of information, I have other items to exchange for it." Shopkeeper Qi waved his hands. You must be joking. How could I not know the value of a black crystal? This piece of information is definitely worth it. But truth be told, our pavilion has been secretly searching for a group of trustworthy fighters to head to the location of the clue to obtain the undead herb of the Netherworld. According to the clues, the undead herb of the Netherworld grows in an extremely dangerous area. We need as many fighters as possible to obtain it successfully. Suyu squinted. You mean that you wish for me to go with you? Qiming smiled. Sir, you are a smart person. We do not wish to reveal the value of the undead herb of the Netherworld to outsiders. Unless you work together with us, we will not sell it. After hearing what was said, Suyu laughed at himself. You think too highly of me. I am merely an immortal realm level 4 junior. Even if I were to go, I would only cause trouble. However, Qiming laughed out loud. Young master, you don't have to be so humble. From what I know, the abilities of the Rakshasa are almost equivalent to those of a heaven master. The fact that you were able to kill them shows that your abilities are extraordinary. In reality, the Rakshasa that Suyu had killed, in terms of battle prowess, had even caused Qingzhu and Long Feiyu to feel somewhat restrained. They were not much weaker than human kings. That was just a fluke. However, if shopkeeper Qi really trusts me, it's not impossible for me to go there. Qiming was overjoyed. Haha, with young Master Black Snow's help, our chances of success have increased by 30%. Should we set off now? Suyu asked expectantly. Qiming muttered to himself, Sir, please do not be impatient. The undead herb of the Netherworld is extremely dangerous. Every waning moon, the deathly energy is at its thickest. Even heaven masters would be corroded by the deathly energy if they approached it, causing their cultivation level to be damaged. In serious cases, they would die on the spot. Hence, we need to wait for the night of the full moon, when the deathly energy of the undead herb of the Netherworld is at its weakest. Furthermore, it is too risky for only you and me to make this trip. Before you come, our pavilion has already invited many strong fighters to gather at our pavilion in 10 days' time. We will then head to the location of the undead herb of the Netherworld together. 10 days later, Suyu rubbed his chin, nodding his head in agreement. If that is the case, I will definitely meet you in half a month's time. After his speech, he confirmed the details with Qiming, then left the Golden Light Pavilion. He found a place in the market with a thicker spirit energy to cultivate in peace. In half a month's time, he had many matters that he needed to settle. After Suyu left, Qiming's warm smile turned serious. He turned around and bowed respectfully. Master, the undead herb of the Netherworld is of great importance to our clan. Why did you invite this person? If I am not wrong, this person should be the Black Snow Devil King, who has been in the limelight recently. It is rumored that he has killed more than 1 or 2 heaven masters. Now that this black crystal has been delivered, the rumors are even more true. He must have returned from the Dragon Abyss alive. This person is a bit of a threat. Would inviting him rudely spoil our plans? On the wall of the back hall, a landscape painting hung on the wall. The figure with his hands clasped behind his back had come to life. He slowly turned around, his voice drifting. This person has a lightning-based aura, which is extremely useful in breaking the final seal. This person might be able to play an unexpected role in obtaining the mysterious heavenly map. Even though he is somewhat powerful, he is not a threat. After the matter is over, do not leave this person alive. Qiming understood. I understand. Suyu entered seclusion. First, he took down the dragon soul coffin from his back. According to Yunyazi, only vital energy from outside the Zhenlong continent could help Ling Xiaotian recover. With a thought, a blood-red color appeared on the surface of Suyu's body. It was the bloodline of the evil ghost. A ghostly face greedily held a green ball the size of an eyeball in its mouth. It was filled with dense vital energy. This was the ball of vital energy that Suyu had secretly kept after Sheng Ji had lent her cultivation base to Suyu. This was the reason why Sheng Ji had felt that her vital energy had been greatly depleted. In order to avoid Sheng Ji's suspicions, Suyu did not keep too much of it, only a small ball. This ball of vital energy might not be enough to save Ling Xiaotian, but it would be useful to test the effects of the vital energy on Ling Xiaoqian's recovery. With a thought, he sent a small ball of vital energy into the dragon soul coffin. After it was absorbed, it turned into white energy, slowly enveloping Ling Xiaoqian's body. His body quickly regained its color. His shriveled body continued to fill out, and his white hair turned from white to black. His weak life force continued to strengthen. The entire process was as if he had been brought back to life. An hour later, the white energy disappeared. However, Ling Xiaoqian's body stabilized and did not shrivel up like before. This caused Su Yu to be overjoyed. According to his original predictions, Ling Xiaoqian would not live past a month. But now, it seemed that he could live for at least half a year. Vital energy was indeed the only way to save Ling Xiaoqian. The only pity was that although his body had recovered, his consciousness was not clear. But to be able to reach such a level had already exceeded Su Yu's expectations. He was exceptionally satisfied. Feeling much more relaxed, Su Yu put away the dragon soul coffin and started to inspect the condition of his body. Looking closely, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. There was still a huge hidden danger in his body. Previously, when he had been struck by the lightning of the Cosmos Thunder Sword, the greenish-white lightning had entered his body and wreaked havoc. In the critical moment, Su Yu had blocked it with his purple lightning. Chapter 432. The green and white lightning that had been blocked had dispersed to various parts of Su Yu's body. They were destroying the life force in Su Yu's body at a speed that was difficult to detect. It looked like Su Yu's life force would be completely destroyed in less than 5 days. It would be too late for him to detect it then. Thinking of this, Su Yu was secretly shocked. Without hesitation, Su Yu began to expel them. Apart from the position of the purple thunder, Su Yu revolved his spiritual energy. Using 2 methods at the same time, he first gathered the scattered green and white thunderbolts. But what made Su Yu's expression sink was that the lightning came from the Cosmos Thunder Sword and was extremely stubborn. Su Yu could not suppress it in a short amount of time. A full day passed, and only 10% of the lightning was gathered near his dantian. Most of the lightning was still wreaking havoc in his body, and many of his internal organs had already suffered destructive damage. The pain continued throughout the entire process, making it difficult for him to endure. Luckily, his body had been modified by Shengji, and the lightning had fused with his flesh and blood, giving him a stronger resistance. Thus, he was still able to stabilize himself. The battle continued for 6 days before Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. The green and white lightning that had been swimming around his body was now gathered near his dantian, forming a green and white ball of lightning the size of a thumb. But Su Yu needed to use a large portion of his spirit energy and all of the purple lightning to suppress it. Otherwise, once it was released, it would once again attack Su Yu's body. At this moment, Su Yu's face was pale, and his body was exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to faint. This is a huge hidden danger. If I do not think of a way to get rid of this ball of lightning, I'm afraid I will lose my life before I can break through to the fairy realm. Su Yu let out a bitter laugh, but his eyes were serious. This ball of lightning was already a huge threat to Su Yu. But now that it was under control, there would not be any trouble in the short term. This allowed Su Yu to heave a sigh of relief. After adjusting his breathing and returning to his peak condition, Su Yu took out the silver bow. This bow was a middle-grade divine artifact, but its power was extraordinary. But it was gradually unable to keep up with the dangers he had encountered. The only way was to further refine it. Previously, he had refined 20% of it, but there was still 80% he could not refine. Thinking about it, Su Yu took out the last 5 drops of 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid to cleanse the bow. With a thought, Su Yu sacrificed 5 drops of his own blood, fused them with the 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid, and started to cleanse the silver bow. The silver bow trembled more violently than ever before. The silver radiance was extremely dazzling. Su Yu was shocked and hurriedly revolved his spiritual energy to envelop the secret room so that it would not attract the attention of others. Wouldn't it be too much to refine them all at once? Su Yu lightly licked his lips. He was slightly excited, as he could feel that the bow, after being refined, would release an unprecedented power. At the very least, It could unleash 70% of its power. A top-notch mid-grade divine artifact with 70% of its power. Just the thought of it was tempting. This process was abnormally slow. After a full 4 days, a loud and clear dragon roar came from within the silver bow. Only then was the refinement complete. A total of 6 drops of essence blood rose from the silver bow, one more than the 5 drops he had expected. As such, Suyu managed to refine 60% of it in one go. Thinking about it carefully, it was probably because Suyu's physical body was not what it used to be, and the energy contained in his blood essence was also far greater than before. Therefore, he had refined more of it. Previously, he had refined 20%. Now, he had refined 80%. Even if the original owner of the silver bow was here, he would not be able to control it better than Suyu. Moreover, after refining 80% of it, Suyu could faintly feel that there was a terrifying aura hidden within the bow. Could it be, as Yunyazi had said, that there was a terrifying arrow sealed within the silver bow? Suyu pondered. Unless he completely refined it, the bow would always be in a sealed state. This made Suyu even more curious. What kind of divine arrow could make Yunyazi sigh in admiration? Counting the days, the 10-day deadline had arrived. Suyu kept the items in the secret room. With a shake of his sleeves, his figure became blurry and he disappeared. Shopkeeper Chi, I am very sorry for being late. Suyu entered the Golden Light Pavilion. A young lady had already invited him to the back of the pavilion. Haha, you are not late. There are still 2 hours to the agreed time. We are the ones who came early. Chi Ming laughed. Suyu swept his gaze across the room and noticed 2 other people sitting leisurely in the room. One was a young lady in a red robe. She wore a fiery red pleated skirt that accentuated her slender figure and beautiful face. At that moment, the red-robed young lady's crystal-like eyes examined Suyu. After a moment, she looked away disinterestedly. The other person was a young man in black armor. He was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. The armor on his body was carved with a ferocious dragon head. There were also a few barbs on his shoulder armor, making him look extremely ferocious. What made Suyu slightly serious was that the abilities of these 2 people were quite impressive. They were both strong martial artists of the Heaven Master level. Moreover, their auras were not simple Heaven Masters. They were comparable to the Rakshasa from the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds. Shopkeeper Chi, the armored young man, coldly grunted. The expert who made us wait for so many days is this inexperienced brat. Chi Ming smiled warmly. I forgot to introduce you. Mr. Black Snow, these 2 are Miss Xin Wuhan and Mr. Zheng Bing. They will be traveling with us. Black Snow? The red-robed young lady, Xin Wuhan, who was not interested in Suyu, could not help but be surprised. She looked at Suyu again, a hint of doubt in her eyes. The armored young man also had a thoughtful expression. He creased his brows. You are the Black Snow Devil King? Black Snow. Such a strange name had never appeared before. It had only spread throughout the continent a month ago. Moreover, it was rumored that he was an immortal realm level 4 peak, similar to the cultivation level of the person in front of him. Looking at his attire, the dragon soul coffin, bronze, and blood-red hair, who else could it be but the Black Snow Devil King? Suyu's expression did not change as he replied, Why? Do I need to explain my background in order to find the undead herb of the netherworld? Chi Ming pretended to be surprised. So it is the famous Black Snow Devil King. I was blind and did not recognize you. My apologies. Suyu smiled. He had not intentionally changed his identity. Chi Ming was in charge of the Golden Light Pavilion. Suyu would not believe that he did not have the ability to recognize him. Suyu did not expose him. Can we set off now? He asked. Chi Ming smiled as he looked at Xin Wuhan and Zhang Bing. Do the 2 of you have any objections? Xin Wuhan's expression was calm. Let's set off now. Zhang Bing looked deeply at Suyu. Humph. Killing a few Heaven Masters is nothing. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as you killing them. Anytime, Suyu said casually, giving him tit for tat. Chi Ming laughed. Since that is the case, let's set off. I hope that once we reach that perilous land, we can all work together. After saying this, he summoned a flying divine artifact. The group boarded the boat and left. The painting on the wall at the back of the hall started to burn, turning into a ball of ash that drifted away. Chapter 433. A few days later, 1,000,000 miles away from the Blue Waves Island. Deep under the sea, there was a bottomless trench. Countless caves were carved into the stone walls of the trench. The place was dark, having not seen sunlight for 10,000 years. Coupled with the fact that it was deep under the sea, it was cold all year round, causing the place to be extremely cold. The densely packed dark holes on the stone walls were like giant mouths that were ready to swallow anyone who passed by at any time. Suyu stood above the trench, revolving his spirit energy to protect his body. He secretly used his soul eyes to investigate the caves. Strangely, the cold energy was so thick that even his soul eyes could not see through it. He could only faintly see that there was a thin layer of water membrane outside each cave. The larger the cave, the more water membrane rippled. The lowest water membrane ripples only had one layer of water membrane ripples. The largest one, which was the huge cave in the center, had nearly 4 layers of water membrane ripples. The ripples of the water membrane bounced off Suyu's soul energy forcefully. Restriction. Suyu calmly retracted his soul eyes. Qi Ming put away the divine flying ship, speaking frankly. Does anyone know where this place used to be? Suyu and Zheng Bing did not speak. They stared at the strange, densely packed caves, not saying a word. Xin Wuhan creased her brows, uncertain. Could this be the birthplace of the Ghost Clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans, the 10,000 Ghost Cave? Qi Ming had a look of admiration. Miss Xin is knowledgeable. I am impressed. This place is indeed the furthest birthplace of the Ghost Clan. It is rumored that the Ghost Clan lived here in the past. After a great change, they migrated to the southern continent, and this place was abandoned. The gazes of the group fell on Suyu. The Black Snow Devil King had the bloodline of the Ghost Clan. This was something that everyone on the continent knew. Qi Ming continued, the undead herb of the Netherworld is the treasure of the Ghost Clan. Only the Ghost Clan's evil ghost energy, nourished for many years, can it be successfully nurtured. Even though this place has been abandoned, according to our investigation, no one has discovered this place over the years. We are certain that there are remnants of the evil ghost energy within the ruins. They have grown stronger over the years and might have already nurtured 1 or 2 undead herbs of the Netherworld. The only way to obtain this herb is to enter deep within. The few of them looked at each other. After thinking for a long time, they nodded in agreement. If this place hadn't been opened since ancient times, then the possibility of the undead herb of the Netherworld being here was extremely low. Qi Ming stared at the cave in the middle, his eyes filled with anticipation. Everyone, since we have been reading ancient texts, the cave in the center leads to the sacrificial altar of the ghost race. That is the place where the ghost race offers sacrifices to the heavens. It is filled with dense ghost qi all year round, and the undead herb of the Netherworld is most likely there. Zheng Bing rolled his eyes. I'll say the ugly words first. Before we reach the altar, none of us are allowed to attack each other. Only when we find the undead herb of the Netherworld can we then rely on our own abilities. If anyone breaks the rules and attacks first, the other 3 will surround and kill him. The 4 of them exchanged glances and agreed. Before they found their target, it was too early to kill each other. Since everyone agrees, then it's easy to discuss. Qi Ming chuckled. Soon after, his expression turned serious. The cave we are going to enter has 4 layers of restrictions. They are extremely powerful. If one enters carelessly and activates the restrictions, they will only end up dead. Looking at the restrictions, the corners of Qi Ming's mouth twitched. I won't hide it from everyone. Actually, during our previous investigations, a Heaven Master that we hired from the Golden Light Pavilion was careless and triggered the restrictions. His blood was sucked dry, and he died. Hey! Everyone's heart skipped a beat. To be able to kill a Heaven Master so easily, this restriction was very dangerous. There are 4 layers of restrictions in total, and the power of each layer is roughly similar. To be fair, the 4 of us will each break 1 restriction, Qi Ming said. Based on my calculations, The closer we are to the outside restrictions, the more dangerous it is. Hence, the arrangements are as follows. I will be the first to break the restriction, Xin Wuhan will be the second, and Zheng Bing will be the third. As for the last one, in theory, the Black Snow Devil King will break it. However, when the time comes, I hope that everyone will lend a helping hand. Help him break the restriction together. They were satisfied with this arrangement. Apart from Zheng Bing, who was slightly dissatisfied with being behind Xin Wuhan, the rest of them had no objections. In order to reassure them, as the initiator, Qi Ming was naturally the first to try the situation they had been hoping for. After the discussion, Qi Ming flew to the front of the giant cave. The aura of a heaven master was faintly discernible. Su Yu was shocked. Qi Ming had hidden his aura very well. Even though his aura was not as strong as the other two, he was not weak either. Qi Ming first took out a dark blue charm from his sleeves, crazily imbuing spirit energy into it. Xin Wuhan exclaimed, "The broken god charm contains an attack close to that of a human king. Its power is extremely strong and cannot be underestimated. It is a life-saving charm that is priceless." To think that shopkeeper Qi would take out two of them at once, Su Yu was secretly shocked. What a large sum of money, 2 talismans, one of which was worth more than a black crystal. 30% of shopkeeper Qi's spirit energy was absorbed into the charm. At once, the entire charm released a hazy blue glow. A frightening spiritual pressure spread out in layers. Su Yu and the rest of them involuntarily took a few steps back, avoiding the suppression of the spiritual pressure. After the rune was completely suppressed, shopkeeper Qi's eyes flashed, and he quickly retreated while throwing the Godbreaker rune in his hand. A blinding blue light exploded. A frightening power that was close to that of a human king suddenly spread out. After the blue charm was broken, the blue light that exploded out gathered once again, becoming a long and thin blue sword. It sliced toward the outermost layer of the water membrane. The ripple was attacked, shaking violently and flashing wildly. It looked as if it would shatter at the next moment. But as the blue sword disappeared, the water membrane gradually stabilized. Only a few cracks were left, which were slowly healing. An attack from a human king had not been able to destroy a single seal. The expressions of everyone, including Su Yu, turned grave. The strength of the seal here was beyond what they had expected. Qi Ming was also a little surprised. He creased his brows and flew down once again. With a grunt, he activated an immortal level technique, cultivating it to stage 2 top class. Under the impact, the power of the universe descended. A 5-jong large green footprint, glowing with a hazy green light, stomped down. With a deafening sound, the first layer of the water membrane shattered with a bang. Qi Ming took a deep breath, his face slightly pale. Using the broken god charm had expended so much effort. It was no wonder that no one had set foot here in the past 10,000 years. "Miss Xin, please," Qi Ming said with a smile. His gaze was dark as he observed Xin Wuhan breaking the seal. Xin Wuhan stepped forward expressionlessly. Her red dress fluttered gently in the water. Coupled with her cold expression, she looked cold. She formed seals with her 10 fingers. She was as fast as a blur, and the shadow of a giant tiger formed behind her. Zheng Bing had a fearful expression. Soul summoning technique? How could it be? This is a mysterious technique that only existed 10,000 years ago. It has long been lost. Where did this Xin Wuhan come from? Chapter 434. With a low roar, the 100-jong tall giant tiger figure charged toward the second layer of the seal. The ripples on the water membrane began to shake, but it was far from breaking. But Xin Wuhan continued to weave signs. Numerous giant tiger figures appeared behind her, roaring as they charged toward the seal. This happened 5 times in a row, and after withstanding the impact of 9 black tiger shadows, the second layer of the restrictive spell finally broke with a cracking sound. Xin Wuhan returned expressionlessly, taking in a deep breath. It looked like she had expended quite a bit of spirit energy. Next was Zheng Bing. What caused Su Yu to be slightly stunned was that his opponent was also an ice-based strong martial artist. The moment he attacked, the entire seal shook violently, not any weaker than Xin Wuhan's. Qi Ming's expression turned serious. Mr. Zheng, you have great techniques. It looks like your ice-based techniques have been cultivated to the extreme, and you have formed the origin energy, right? Zheng Bing turned a deaf ear to Qi Ming. He focused on gathering cold energy in his palm, attacking the seal continuously. After half a cup of tea's time, the third layer of the seal was broken. Zheng Bing had expended a lot of energy as well. Just 3 layers of the seal had caused the 3 seniors present to expend quite a bit of effort. Qi Ming had a delighted expression. I'm afraid that Mr. Black Snow will have a hard time dealing with the last layer alone. Let the 3 of us do it together. That way, we should be able to break the seal as quickly as possible. Xin Wuhan had no objections. After recovering, she stepped forward. But Zheng Bing was a little unwilling. Humph. In the end, don't I still have to do it? But Su Yu, who was at the front, shook his head. There's no need. I think I can do it alone. Su Yu looked at the last layer of the seal, his eyes filled with shock. Using his soul eyes, he realized that there seemed to be a broken piece of black armor floating on the other side of the seal. From what he could sense, the item was emitting a powerful spiritual pressure, no weaker than the mountain river dragon bow. This item was definitely a supreme treasure. Qi Ming froze, but he did not stop Zheng Bing. He laughed. That's fine. We'll let Mr. Black Snow try first. If it doesn't work, we can strike then. Zheng Bing was happy to see this. He pursed his lips and stood at the same place with his hands behind his back, not moving forward. On the other hand, Xin Wuhan said thoughtfully, Young Master Black Snow, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to break it with your strength. Why don't I lend you a hand? After saying those words, he walked over in a flash. Not good. This woman must have discovered something strange. Feeling slightly anxious, Su Yu pondered for a moment. The mark of the ice divine herb in his dantian emitted a pale, cold glow. A whiff of extremely cold air descended abruptly, encircling Su Yu's fists. The expressions of Qi Ming, who was secretly observing Su Yu, and the cold and arrogant Zheng Bing changed at the same time. They shouted in shock, Ice origin. When the ice Dao was cultivated to the extreme, it was the origin. In the Zhenlong continent, in terms of coldness, there was no one who could surpass the original source. Its power was unimaginable. Bang! The last layer of the restriction didn't even shake much before it was easily destroyed. A wave of water swept out, stirring up the dust that had settled for 10,000 years, causing the entrance of the cave to be covered in mist. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu's chest glowed with a black light. The broken armor that was floating at the entrance of the cave was quickly kept into the cosmos mirror. Whiz, at that moment, Xin Wuhan's petite figure flew over. With a wave of her hand, she swept away all the dust in the water, revealing the clean entrance of the cave. Her eyes flashed with suspicion, and she sized Su Yu up with a profound gaze. However, she did not say anything. Qi Ming and Zheng Bing flew over with different emotions. The only thing they had in common was that their gazes toward Su Yu were filled with fear. In terms of the methods used to break the restriction, Su Yu, who looked the weakest, was actually an existence that was above the 3 of them. Mr. Black Snow, you live up to your reputation, Qi Ming said. You have actually managed to condense the energy of the origin and have cultivated the path of ice to its peak. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Qi Ming was full of praise. However, he intentionally maintained a distance of 50 feet from Su Yu. Su Yu said modestly, it was just luck. How could I compare to the 3 of you? The restriction has been broken. Let us enter quickly. Seeing that Su Yu was intentionally hiding the truth, they could not get to the bottom of it. They could only enter the cave together. Once they entered, they felt a ghostly aura, and the chill was bone-piercing. The cave was not deep. After a few hundred zhong of winding paths, they arrived at an extremely spacious palace. The palace was 10,000 zhong long and wide. The stone walls were adorned with many emerald green night pearls, illuminating the entire palace with a ghastly green light. It looked even more ghostly. In the center of the palace, there was a 10,000 zhong tall sacrificial altar. Surrounding the sacrificial altar, there were hundreds of stone pillars carved with unfamiliar symbols. Each stone pillar was connected by a black metal chain. The closer they got to the sacrificial altar, the thicker the ghostly energy became. This was especially the case when they reached the center of the sacrificial altar. The ghostly energy was so thick that it had a faintly discernible pitch-black color. Layers of black ghostly energy floated back and forth. Beneath the black ghostly energy, there was a small patch of dark green, 3-foot-long grass. There were about 7 or 8 of them. The undead herb of the netherworld. There are actually so many of them. Everyone present was shocked. 2 figures flew into the sky, grabbing at the undead herb of the netherworld. However, there were 2 figures that did not move. One of them was retreating without leaving a trace. Mr. Black Snow, the undead herb of the netherworld is right in front of you. Why are you not plucking it? If you are too late and it is taken by the 2 of them, the difficulty of retrieving the undead herb of the netherworld from their hands will be many times greater. Qi Ming looked at Su Yu in surprise, his tone a little strange. Not only did Su Yu not advance, but his expression was grave. His figure retreated quickly, fleeing toward the entrance of the palace. Zheng Bing and Xin Wuhan, who were flying toward the sacrificial altar, felt Su Yu and Qi Ming's strange actions. Their hearts skipped a beat. Their expressions changed. The 2 of them forcefully twisted their bodies in midair, retreating instead of advancing, even though they were only tens of jong away from the top of the sacrificial altar. Hee. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek of a ghost could be heard from within the sacrificial altar. The sound was extremely sinister. Su Yu, who was about to reach the entrance, suddenly felt the spirit energy in his body freeze, and he fell from the sky. Luckily, his physical body was strong, and his reaction was fast. He rolled forward and landed successfully. After which, he escaped from the palace without looking back. Not good. Zheng Bing and Xin Wuhan's expressions changed, and they retreated in a hurry. At that moment, the black symbols carved on the 190 stone pillars on the sacrificial altar emitted a black liquid, causing the stone pillars to shine with a black light. 2 stone pillars suddenly shot into the sky, heading toward the 2 of them. Zheng Bing's expression changed drastically. His hands moved to form an extremely mysterious seal, and 3 ice clones appeared around him. The 3 clones stood in front of him, while his main body fled frantically. But the stone pillars swept past, and the 3 clones did not resist in the slightest. They were torn apart like pieces of paper. The main body of Zheng Bing, who was fleeing, was struck by the stone pillars. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his protective spirit energy was destroyed. At that moment, dozens of black tentacles as thick as fingers appeared from within the stone pillars, piercing into Zheng Bing's body. With a pathetic cry, Zheng Bing's body quickly withered, turning into a dried corpse. In an instant, a strong martial artist close to the level of human king had fallen. TSK, delicious. It's been a long time since I've tasted this delicacy. A sneer came from the depths of the altar. Rumble, rumble, the sacrificial altar shook and split into pieces, revealing a giant black shadow within the sacrificial altar. It was 10,000 jong tall. Its entire body emitted a frightening murderous energy. Its outline was similar to that of a human, but its head was made up of 3 connected heads. 2 of the heads were shriveled, as if they had been petrified. Only the head in the middle was similar to the face of an Azura. It had a green face, fangs, and a threatening ghostly aura. Chapter 435. The Ghost King rolled his eyes and looked at Xin Wuhan, who was flying backward. They were both heaven masters, but the movement techniques that this woman displayed were exceptionally shocking. Although her expression was grave, she was very calm. She took out a transparent cloak that looked like a cicada's wings from her sleeve and covered her body. Her right hand formed a seal, and a pair of wings made of wind appeared on her back. As the wings flapped, the air around them fluctuated. Her body seemed to have teleported as she flew backward 1,000 feet. The strange stone pillar whistled through the air, but it hit empty air. After flashing a few times, it successfully flew 10,000 feet away and reached the entrance of the palace. The cicada cloak that covered her body flashed with a misty crystal light, and her body turned into nothingness. Her aura also gradually disappeared. She had become invisible. The Ghost King's dark red eyes laughed savagely as he looked at the entrance of the palace. He was slightly surprised. A wind spiritual body. Hee, a rare spiritual body. It's a pity that you were born in the wrong place. If you were in Jojo, you would definitely be a rare spiritual body for cultivation. In the Void Realm, even the best spiritual body would find it difficult to break through the shackles of the fairy realm. And that lad just now seemed to be able to see through the sacrificial altar and discover me, who was sealed. Interesting. The Ghost King laughed. Then, his eyes drifted to shopkeeper Chi, who was the only one left. He did not chase after them. At that moment, shopkeeper Chi's expression was a little strange. He did not panic, and he did not even look surprised. It was as if he had already known that there was a frightening monster in the sacrificial altar. Hee. Ghostface snickered, and the two stone pillars attacked from the left and right, bombarding together. Chi Ming's expression was calm. He took out two broken god talismans and threw them over. The talismans, which were equivalent to the attacks of a human king, exploded and formed two extremely strong longswords. They struck the stone pillars fiercely. With a loud bang, the stone pillars were suppressed. However, dozens of tentacles shot out from the stone pillars once again, wrapping around the two long swords. A strange scene ensued. The two long swords were also swallowed by the tentacles. Chi Ming stood with his hands behind his back. Not only was he not afraid, but he even looked surprised. Not bad. It is indeed the Ghost King sealed by the Ghost Clan. It is rumored that the Ghost race's evil ghost bloodline comes from the Ghost King. It could even devour energy-formed swords. Its devouring ability was much more tyrannical than the evil ghost bloodline, which could only devour flesh and cultivation. The Ghost King's dark red eyes narrowed. Hehe, interesting. You seem to know my background. I just don't know how confident you are to dare to appear in front of this king. With a swoosh, hundreds of tentacles shot out from the two stone pillars, flying towards Chi Ming. Chi Ming took a deep breath and took out a red rune from his bosom. There was a layer of flickering lightning circulating on it. As Chi Ming pinched his fingers, the rune exploded, and a ball of lightning burst forth. A 30-meter-long lightning snake pounced towards the stone pillar with a sharp whistle. Poochie, the tentacles, which could easily devour energy bodies, turned into smoke the moment they touched the lightning snakes. The other tentacles also instinctively retreated, not daring to touch the lightning snake. Using lightning techniques to restrain evil ghosts. I have indeed made some preparations. Unfortunately, this kind of rune, which contains lightning, is the most difficult to create. I want to see how many lightning runes you can use. The Ghost King's thoughts moved, and 10 stone pillars charged forward. Under the pincer attack, even though the lightning snakes could restrain ghosts, they were no match for them. With a whimper, they dispersed on the spot. Chi Ming's expression changed slightly, and he let out a cold grunt. No need to put on an act. After being sealed for so long, you are merely a remnant soul. You do not even have the right to control this Ghost King's body. Activating 10 stone pillars is already your limit. After saying this, he flipped his palm and took out 5 red runes from his sleeves. They exploded, and 5 blood-colored lightning snakes roared, colliding with the 10 stone pillars. The area was in a state of confrontation. Within the cave, Su Yu's expression was a little gloomy as he stood at the entrance of the cave. The 4 layers of seals that they had broken previously had been restored in a short amount of time. They had been sealed within. After careful observation, Su Yu's expression turned even uglier. It was more than 3 times more difficult to break this kind of seal from the inside than from the outside. This was probably to prevent the ghosts that had been sealed from breaking the seal and escaping. With my abilities, it is not impossible to break the seal. I should be able to use my full power, but I might not have enough time, Su Yu muttered to himself. Hearing the continuous explosions behind him, his heart sank. The moment he saw the sacrificial altar, he could see the existence of the 10,000 feet tall ghost. The terrifying aura, which was not weaker than Sheng Ji's, caused Su Yu to turn and flee without hesitation, but it was already too late. At that moment, Su Yu's heart moved. He turned his head to look at a spot 200 feet to his right, calmly saying, "Since Miss Xin is here, why are you still hiding?" There was not a single soul in that empty place. There was no movement at all. Su Yu creased his brows, lifting his finger to shoot a bit of spirit energy over. Thump! A fair palm suddenly extended, grabbing and extinguishing the spirit energy that was attacking him. Following that, Xin Wuhan's figure gradually appeared. Her cold and beautiful face was filled with shock. I have underestimated you, to be able to see through my invisibility. Her heart was in turmoil. The cicada cloak's invisibility ability was extremely strong. Even a half-god would not be able to see through it, much less an immortal realm level 4. But Su Yu had actually discovered its existence. How could Xin Wuhan not be shocked? Miss Xin, the situation is urgent, Su Yu said. We cannot afford to be suspicious of each other. What methods do you have to quickly break this seal? We don't have much time left. Su Yu went straight to the point. Xin Wuhan's expression changed slightly. She was silent for a moment before saying, "It is not impossible to quickly break the seal. But I need some time." Su Yu said calmly, "If you need more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, there is no need to speak further." Hey! Xin Wuhan's eyes flickered. Why? Are you confident that you can break the seal in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea? In his heart, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Previously, when the four of them joined forces, they had taken the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Could Su Yu alone break the seal in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea? It was 3 times more difficult to break the seal from the inside than from the outside. This caused Xin Wuhan to be shocked. This Black Snow Devil King was mysterious and unfathomable. No, what I mean is that we do not have the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Su Yu's gaze flickered as he spoke ambiguously. Xin Wuhan looked at Su Yu deeply, nodding her head. I do have a way to break the seal in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. But the prerequisite is that I am not affected by anyone. Su Yu was elated. If that is the case, I will do my best to buy time for Miss Xin. Su Yu's gaze flickered, and he retreated quickly. He hid out of the cave, observing the battle at the altar from afar. Xin Wuhan was a little unwilling, but since things had come to this, she could only fight. Her expression changed several times. She clenched her teeth and cast her technique on the spot. Her long black hair gradually fell off, revealing a head of long, snow-white hair. The aura he gave off also rose rapidly from a heaven master to a human king, close to a demigod. Chapter 436. The seal began to break. On the sacrificial altar, the battle between the two reached its climax. Even though Qi Ming had countless precious runes, the Ghost King controlled 10 stone pillars and was undefeatable. As they fought, Qi Ming's expression gradually turned ugly. The lightning runes in his sleeves became fewer and fewer. Whoosh! He extended his palm and took out 3 lightning runes. These were his last 3. He, you prepared well, he said. 20 lightning runes. Even in the Zhenlong continent, there might not be more than 100 of them. Your generosity astonishes me. Qi Ming's expression was ugly. He had spent close to 20 years collecting these runes from all over the continent. He had spent a great deal of effort on each one. He had not expected to use them all up in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The ferocity of the Ghost King had far exceeded his expectations. Even though the 20 lightning runes had destroyed more than half of the Ghost King's stone pillars, they had not harmed his core. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Biting his teeth, Qi Ming turned back and shouted, Miss Xin, Sir Black Snow, if you do not attack now, when will you? I cannot hold on for long. Su Yu's expression was gloomy. He naturally did not want to fight the Ghost King head-on, but Xin Wuhan needed time. If Qi Ming was defeated, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with the Ghost King alone. After a moment, Su Yu made up his mind and flew over. The Ghost King laughed. You are walking right into my trap. After saying this, a stone pillar flew toward Su Yu, hundreds of tentacles dancing on it. Without thinking, Su Yu took out his silver bow from afar and pulled out a long arrow that was flickering with flames. Whoosh! The fiery red arrow pierced through the air, shooting toward the Ghost King. The hundreds of tentacles were not afraid. They surged forward, wrapping around the arrow. The raging flames on the arrow were extinguished, swallowed by the tentacles. Qi Ming shouted, Sir Black Snow, such an attack is useless. This Ghost King is an ancestor of the Ghost Clan. His engulfment ability can easily swallow all the energy in the Junlong continent. Only the power of lightning is his nemesis. Su Yu's gaze flickered. It was as if Manager Qi had already known that he was proficient in lightning. When he had appeared in the North Continent as the Black Snow Devil King, Su Yu had not displayed his lightning techniques. This person had noticed that he possessed the Tao of lightning and purposely brought him here. In other words, it was very likely that the other party knew about the Ghost King sealed in the altar, but he was intentionally concealing it. He was secretly vigilant and on guard, but his expression did not change. He snorted slightly. Is that so? After the flames were extinguished, the arrow that was wrapped in flames was revealed. It was an arrow that was condensed from purple thunderbolts. Caught off guard, the tentacles wrapped around it were instantly annihilated. For a moment, lightning flashed in all directions, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Ghost King's expression turned solemn. Thunder Path? I see. Humph. You're really well prepared. From the looks of it, his attainment in the way of thunder is not shallow. He is close to the quintessence. The Ghost King looked at Qi Ming again, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Qi Ming was secretly shocked. A lightning path that was close to the origin? From the looks of it, the Black Snow Devil King had not only perfected his Ice Tao and condensed the origin, but his Lightning Tao was also close to the origin. No, there was also the Fire Path. It didn't seem weak either. One person cultivated 3 Taos at the same time, and all of them were very profound. Even though he was surprised that Su Yu's Lightning Tao was stronger than he had expected, for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. Throwing away his uneasiness, Qi Ming tossed out 3 talismans, letting out a low grunt. Mr. Black Snow, please delay him for a moment. Let me use a secret technique to kill this person. Su Yu's expression changed. Qi Ming had the ability to kill the Ghost King. From the aura he emitted, he was not much weaker than Sheng Ji. Even if he was only a remnant soul and the power he could unleash was limited, he was still a king of half-gods and below the fairy realm. The fact that Qi Ming had the confidence to kill him shocked Su Yu. Whoosh! Qi Ming took out a golden ring from his robes. There were many Sanskrit words carved on it, and it emitted a very strong Buddhist aura. A faintly discernible divine glow was continuously pulsing from it. The Ghost King's expression changed, and he gasped. A Buddhist treasure, the ghost-suppressing golden ring. He could not suppress the fear on his face. But after his gaze turned serious, he heaved a sigh of relief. He sneered. I was wondering how a Buddhist treasure could appear in the void realm. So it is only a broken item. 90% of its Buddhist aura has been lost. But Qi Ming laughed coldly. Even if only 10% of its Buddhist aura remains, it is still more than enough to imprison you. The Ghost King's expression turned serious. Humph. That is if you have the ability to suppress it. After saying this, the 10 stone pillars surrounded Su Yu and attacked. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and the silver bow in his hands shot out 10 arrows in an instant. The power of lightning it contained forced the 10 stone pillars to retreat. Qi Ming heaved a sigh of relief, then relaxed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the golden ring. At once, the golden ring shone with a golden light. Sanskrit words reverberated, and faintly discernible Buddha figures surrounded the golden ring. As Qi Ming crazily channeled spirit energy into the ring, the golden light shone even brighter. The Sanskrit words became louder, and the Buddha figures gradually became clearer. The Ghost King's 10,000 Zhong body trembled slightly, and it emitted black smoke continuously. The Ghost King's face showed signs of pain. Su Yu was shocked. What was the ghost-suppressing golden ring? Its ability to restrain ghosts was even greater than that of Thunderbolt. Die! The Ghost King let out a ferocious roar. The 10 stone pillars shot into the sky, crashing toward Qi Ming. Su Yu repeated what he had done, standing at a safe distance and continuously shooting out thunderbolt arrows. No matter how powerful the stone pillars were, they could not break through the thunderbolt arrows. The Ghost King's dark red eyes were filled with deep hatred as he stared at Su Yu coldly. Lad, if you don't interfere in my affairs, I can spare your life. Otherwise, once I recover, I will make sure that you die a horrible death. The eerie ghost howl and the malicious gaze caused Su Yu to tremble in fear. But Su Yu's hands did not stop moving. He did not know if the Ghost King was trustworthy. Even if he was trustworthy, the Ghost King had only promised not to kill him. He had not promised not to cripple his cultivation base. After all, it was hard to believe that the Ghost King would let him off so easily. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of compromising, the ghost-suppressing golden ring in Qi Ming's hands was about to be activated. His eyes glowed fiercely, and he let out a ferocious roar. "Lad, you are asking for death. I will destroy you, even if it takes me 10,000 years to accumulate my power." The most important thing now was to kill Su Yu. Only then could he stop Qi Ming. Rumble, 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 the immobile 10,000 Zhong body stepped out from the sacrificial altar. Even though the movement was stiff, it had indeed moved. Qi Ming's expression changed in shock. You can control this body? Impossible. You know that it is only a remnant soul." The Ghost King let out a cold grunt. 10,000 years of accumulation is enough for me to control this body slightly. It is enough to kill the two of you. After saying this, he took a step toward Su Yu. His footsteps were extremely strange, containing the principles of space. Su Yu had clearly maintained a distance of 1,000 zhong. But the next moment, he had appeared in front of the giant head. A pair of dark red ghost eyes were filled with malice, as if two mountains were right in front of Su Yu. The ferocious mouth with crisscrossing fangs bit toward Su Yu ferociously. Chapter 437. Su Yu's expression changed. What kind of magical power was this? With the giant mouth in front of him, long-range weapons and arrows were useless. A black light flashed in front of his chest. Su Yu put away his silver bow and released a ring of lightning without hesitation. Compared to the lightning arrow from before, the power of this ring of lightning was 3 times stronger. It struck the giant mouth, causing the giant ghost's mouth to feel pain. A large amount of ghost energy was released. The giant ghost felt the pain, its mouth pausing momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu retreated. In an instant, he had retreated hundreds of zhong, once again increasing the distance between them. Seeing that his attack had failed, the Ghost King became even more ferocious. "Good. Very good. I did not expect you to have hidden a portion of the power of lightning." He glanced at the ghost-suppressing golden ring, which was about to be successfully activated. His Buddha nature was about to reach its peak. Fear flashed in his eyes. With a fierce glint, he suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. Instantly, the ghostly aura in his mouth surged like a dark cloud and condensed into a black vortex. At that moment, Su Yu felt his soul tremble, as if his entire body was about to be sucked into the black vortex. His body was uncontrollable, sucked into the vortex like a falling leaf. It was as if he was facing Sheng Ji. Su Yu's expression changed. But at that moment, he realized that his spirit energy had been restricted, and he could not circulate it. Even the power of lightning that countered ghosts was greatly suppressed, unable to escape from his body. Roar! The Ghost King sensed danger, disregarding everything else to kill Su Yu. With a loud roar, the suction force of the vortex doubled. Su Yu knew that he was in danger, and he was being sucked into the vortex. Qi Ming, who was activating the ghost-suppressing golden ring, had a cold look in his eyes, a mocking smile on his face. The ghost-suppressing golden ring, which was still being activated, suddenly released a layer of suppression. It looked as if it had already been fully activated. The Ghost King did not have time to relax, his expression turning rigid. You already activated the golden ring?" His face was filled with shock. That meant that the Ghost King had intentionally watched Su Yu die at his hand. "Hehe, it's good that you know." Qi Ming laughed coldly, but his palm did not stop. He raised his hand and tossed it into the air. "Rise." In an instant, the ghost-suppressing golden ring glowed brightly. It was as if a sun had appeared in the dark green hall, illuminating everything in gold. The Ghost King let out a scream of fear, turning to escape of the hall. As strong as he was terrified of the ghost-suppressing golden ring. Qi Ming laughed coldly without saying a word. He pointed his finger at the Ghost King from afar, and the golden hoop turned into a beam of raging flames that struck the Ghost King. Upon contact, the Ghost King's 1,000-meter-tall body crumbled like a collapsing skyscraper, its flesh and blood turning into black ash. His 3,000-meter-tall body shrank and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, accompanied by miserable screams. The Ghost King had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a 30-feet-tall evil ghost. Its outline was very similar to the Ghost King, but it was much smaller. Of the Ghost Su of the King of the Three Heads of. The Ghost of the Ring of the Ghost. The Eyes of the Spirit, of Ghost of it, of the Three Heads. You. The powerful Ghost King had been easily subdued. Qi Ming flew over. His face was pale and covered in sweat. He had a look of lingering fear. Thank goodness. With Master's treasure, the ghost-suppressing golden ring, as my trump card, I finally subdued the Ghost King. Qi Ming wiped his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a picture scroll from his bosom. On it was a picture of an old man looking down at the world with his hands behind his back. In the picture, the old man in the picture had come to life. He turned back to look at the trapped Ghost King. His expression was calm, as if he was not surprised. My ghost-suppressing golden ring specializes in subduing ghosts of this level. It is not strange that it can subdue it. You were able to subdue it successfully this time because of the runes you prepared over the years. They used up much of the Ghost King's ghost chi. Otherwise, with your abilities, even with the ghost-suppressing golden ring, you might not have succeeded. Secondly, and the most important reason, that kid with the Thunder Dao was really unexpected. If not for the fact that his proficiency in the Thunder Dao far exceeded my expectations, he might not have been able to buy you enough time to activate the ghost-suppressing golden ring. Qi Ming had a deep understanding of this. The Ghost King had been through the ages. Being able to control the body of the Ghost King was unexpected. If not for the Black Snow Devil King blocking it and buying time, the situation might have been different. The chances of Qi Ming becoming the Ghost King's meal would have been extremely high. Master, could the Black Snow Devil King still be alive after being swallowed by the Ghost King? Qi Ming was suddenly worried. The Black Snow Devil King was stronger than he had expected, making him feel uneasy. The old man in the picture grunted. If a mere immortal level 4 like him could escape from the stomach of the Ghost King, then the name of the Ghost King does not live up to its name. There is another world in the stomach of the Ghost King. It contains an extremely dense ghost energy. Even a half-god would be killed by the ghost energy if he was swallowed, let alone him. Qi Ming was finally at ease. Master, how do we retrieve the mysterious heavenly map from the body of the Ghost King? The eyes of the old man in the picture glowed. To retrieve the mysterious heavenly map, we need to set up some spell formations. The process is a little complicated. We cannot stay here for long. Let's leave first. Qi Ming nodded. He grabbed the corpse of the Ghost King and flew toward the entrance of the cave. At that moment, the entrance of the cave rumbled. The 4 layers of seals were broken at the same time. The old man in the picture let out a gasp of surprise. Oh! To be able to break 4 layers of seals in the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, this helper of yours seems to be extraordinary. Qi Ming's expression changed. Not good. If this woman spreads the news, it will not matter if my identity is exposed. But if your identity is exposed as well, then it will be extremely dangerous. H. A mere heaven master wants to escape from my hands. The old man in the picture let out a cold grunt. His body flickered, turning into a transparent shadow. He flew out of the scroll. Even though Xin Wuhan was breaking the spell, she was constantly paying attention to the battle behind her. Sensing that Su Yu had been swallowed, Xin Wuhan had a bad feeling. Luckily, she had broken the spell in time and managed to escape. But she had only escaped 1,000 feet when her pupils dilated. She looked at the transparent, elderly figure floating above the trench in shock. He was dressed in extremely simple and unadorned clothing. His face was extremely pale, and he was in a transparent state. It was extremely strange. At that moment, he was looking down at her with his hands behind his back. The invisibility of the cicada cloak was useless. Elder. Shin Woohan said seriously. What is the meaning of this? The old man in the picture had an indifferent expression, as if he was looking at an ant. Since you have seen me, of course I am sending you on your way. After saying this, he waved his hand and sent a seal forward. A transparent, shapeless ripple shot toward Shin Woohan. The ripple did not have any aura, but it contained a very obscure, terrifying power. Chapter 438. Her face was filled with fear, as if she had discovered something unbelievable. But at this critical moment, driven by her will to live, she grabbed at her chest and took out a snow-white ruler. The ruler was crystal clear and gave off a strong spiritual pressure. It was a top-notch mid-grade divine weapon that was no weaker than the mountain river dragon bow. At this moment, the image of a palm-sized snow lion circled around the snow-white ruler. The ruler was still activated. It was obvious that it had just been used. The old man in the painting was slightly surprised. Soul summoning technique? A top-notch mid-grade divine weapon and an ordinary heaven master. Your identity is not ordinary. Shin Woohan did not speak. She activated the spiritual ruler, and the palm-sized snow lion instantly grew to a height of 10 jong. The aura it gave off was far beyond that of a heaven master, reaching the level of a true human king. It was no wonder that she could break through 4 layers of seals in one go. The snow lion let out a fierce roar and flew against the soul attack. The old man in the painting had a mocking expression. He stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving. The soul attack passed through the snow lion without a sound. The human king-level snow lion whimpered, and its huge image dissipated into specks of crystal, disappearing into thin air. The ripples of the soul attack did not slow down. They hit Shin Woohan, who could not dodge in time. With a scream, Shin Woohan hugged her head and groaned. Her expression was one of extreme pain. Then, her body strangely split apart, turning into pieces of spiritual energy. Only the cicada cloak and the spiritual ruler were left, falling into the depths of the trench. The old man in the painting's expression froze. Demigod incarnation. Qi Ming chased after them and caught the 2 treasures. Seeing the old man's serious expression, he could not help but ask, "Master, where is Shin Woohan?" The old man in the painting was silent for a moment, then said seriously, "Tell me again. How did you find this woman?" Qi Ming knew that something was off. He said simply, "She is a warrior who passed by Blue Billow Island half a month ago. I saw that she was alone and seemed to be a traveler. If she died here, it would not attract much attention. That was why I invited her to join the team." After hearing this, the old man in the painting's eyes flickered. After a moment, he waved his sleeves and urged, "Leave this place immediately. We can't afford to provoke this woman for now." Regardless of whether it was the soul-summoning technique that had been lost for thousands of years or her half-god realm cultivation, she and the forces behind her were not people that I could provoke at the moment. Shin Woohan's name is most likely fake. If I hadn't encountered a great calamity and my cultivation had fallen to this level, why would I be afraid of a mere demigod? The old man in the painting frowned and snorted before entering the painting in a flash. Demigod? Qi Ming was startled. The Shin Woohan that he had seen previously was actually Shin Woohan's incarnation. A mere incarnation was already so powerful. If the main body were to descend, without another word, Qi Ming swept up the scroll painting and the Ghost King, turned into a remnant shadow, and fled the place. At the same time, in a cave somewhere on an island, a cold and aloof woman sat cross-legged. She was beautiful and wore an exquisite long robe. Her appearance was extremely similar to Shin Woohan's. Suddenly, Shin Woohan opened her eyes and a cold light shone from them. Her colorful eyes were as clear as water, yet they emitted a deep coldness, giving her an extra sense of coldness. Humph. Soul body. According to what I know, only fairy realm fighters can separate their souls from their bodies. Shin Woohan's expression was cold. This time, I was careless and fell into your trap. If my main body were to meet you, I would destroy both your body and soul. After saying this, she closed her eyes once again. She did not head toward the oceanic trench for revenge. Thinking about it, even if the other party had discovered her incarnation, she would not have remained where she was. Ghost energy filled the Ghost King's body. Suyu fell into it, feeling the cold ghost energy invade his body continuously. This caused his already stagnant spirit energy to be unable to circulate. He could only allow the ghost energy to invade his body. His body gradually turned cold. Soon, his blood would cool down and stop flowing. His life would come to an end. Suyu's heart trembled. The situation before him was extremely dangerous. If he did not use spirit energy to protect his body, he would not last more than a cup of tea's time, but the ghost energy in this place was extremely suppressive. Not only was spirit energy restricted, even the lightning that was used to restrain the ghost energy was restricted. How could he still use spirit energy to protect his body in such a situation? Just as he was in danger, Suyu's mind flashed. A black light flashed on his chest, and a broken black armor flickered in front of him. The armor was ancient, and its design was simple. It was not an item from the current era. There was a huge hole on the chest area of the armor. It was as if something had dug into the armor and crushed the heart. The armor had been pierced through from front to back. Suyu touched the armor subconsciously. An extremely hard feeling welled up in his heart. When he exerted a bit of force, not only did he not move the material of the armor, but he also felt pain from his fingertips. Long-cherished wish felt startled. His physical body had already reached the level of a sovereign personage. However, the armor before him was extraordinarily tough. Looking at it carefully, Suyu realized that there was a groove at the center of the armor. There was a fiery red crystal embedded in it. It emitted a faint warmth, expelling the cold feeling in Suyu's body. The moment it touched the crystal, a wisp of fiery red gas was released from the crystal. Suyu froze. He was shocked. This is vital energy. The crystal was filled with vital energy that the Zhenlong continent did not have. At the same time, the black armor seemed to have been activated. It trembled and buzzed, emitting layers of black light. The ghost chi in the surroundings dissipated after coming into contact with the black light. Even the ghost energy in Suyu's body seeped out of his pores, dispersing. Suyu was overjoyed. His eyes flashed as he put on the armor. At once, the surrounding ghost energy dissipated. Phew. That was close. Luckily, I had this armor. Suyu caressed the mysterious armor, feeling extremely lucky. If not for the fact that he had secretly taken it away at the entrance of the cave, he would have been in grave danger. But things were not over yet. Finding a way to leave this place was of utmost importance. Looking around, Suyu realized that this place seemed to be a space of its own. It was only a few thousand feet wide, but it was filled with ghost energy. Even his soul eyes could not see through it. Finding the exit would require some time. With the armor protecting him, Suyu felt much more at ease. He patiently and carefully searched the ghost energy. But after searching for a long time, he could only touch the soft and wriggling inner wall. He could not find the exit. What worried Suyu was that the glow of the crystal in the center of the armor was gradually dimming. The ghost energy had surrounded it once again. I'm afraid that this armor will not last much longer. I have to leave quickly. Suyu's heart turned cold, and he thought to himself. Right at that moment, Suyu caught a glimpse of a white light flashing by. Turning his head to take a look, he saw a broken scroll emitting a gentle white glow. It was floating in the ghost fog like a stream of water. The glow it emitted was extremely strange. It could penetrate the ghost fog and light up a radius of 100 feet. Suyu's eyes flashed. He flew over and grabbed the scroll. Chapter 439. Confused, Suyu had no time to look at it. Using the light emitted by the scroll, he began to search for the exit. Time passed slowly. Suyu did not know how long he had been in this space, until he found a cave above his head. A wisp of faintly discernible aura from the outside world slowly seeped into the cave from the entrance. This was most likely the exit. Suyu wore a joyful expression. He was about to enter when he heard the faint sounds of a conversation. Deep underground, on a deserted island. Qi Ming and the elder in the painting sat opposite each other. Between them was the 3-jong tall body of the Ghost King. I will use a spell to send you into the Ghost King's body. The vital energy I have injected into your body will ensure that you can withstand the ghost energy for a joss stick's time. Within that time, you must find the mysterious heavenly map. If you cannot, there is no need for you to return. The elder in the painting tapped Qi Ming's forehead, injecting a shred of spirit energy. Qi Ming was shocked. Yes, Master. If I can help you recover your cultivation level, I am willing to die. Humph. Back then, you were willing to be my servant because you were imprisoned by me and wanted to enter Jojo through me, right? Don't worry, if you succeed, I can naturally bring you into Jojo. The elder in the painting let out a light grunt. All right, I will begin the spell. With a low grunt, the ground the three of them were standing on released waves of light. From the Ghost King's chest, a steaming ghost Qi emerged, forming a palm-sized vortex. Qi Ming's body flickered, then was swallowed by the vortex. Whoosh! When Qi Ming entered, he discovered that the ghost Qi was turbulent and had an absolute suppression on spiritual Qi. A shred of vital energy within his body protected him from being affected. Is this the body of the Ghost King? With such ghost energy, the Black Snow Devil King will definitely die. If I can find the mysterious heavenly map, I can search for his corpse. It is rumored that he has a few treasures on him that can shake the continent, especially that high-grade divine artifact. However, at this moment, a light and indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Thank you for your concern, shopkeeper Qi. I am afraid that I will have to disappoint you and not die here. Qi Ming's body stiffened, his expression turning pale. He cried out involuntarily, Black Snow Devil King. You are not dead. Impossible. Sure, as the ghost fog moved, a passageway was formed, and a person's figure appeared. It was Su Yu. Qi Ming's expression flickered. When he saw the glowing scroll in Su Yu's hand, his pupils shrank. Young Master Black Snow, what are you talking about? I'm relieved that you're not dead. Shopkeeper Qi's expression changed from one of shock to one of warmth. If you were really dead, I would feel uneasy instead. Su Yu wore a faint smile. Is that so? Qi Ming said embarrassedly, haha, since young Master Black Snow is fine, follow me and leave this place. Miss Xin is still waiting for you outside. When he finished speaking, he naturally walked forward and grabbed Su Yu's shoulder. It seemed like he wanted to take him away. But just as he was about to get close, his genial face suddenly changed, turning into a hideous expression. His palm also turned into a claw and grabbed at his wrist. Shopkeeper Qi, what is the meaning of this? Su Yu retreated and dodged. Qi Ming laughed coldly. Since you're not dead, of course I'll send you on your way. Really? At that moment, Qi Ming realized that the faint smile on Su Yu's face had turned into a grave and stern expression. Qi Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition, but thinking of the difference in their abilities, as well as the suppression of spirit energy in this place, he suppressed his unease and grabbed Su Yu's wrist. His 5 fingers exerted force, wanting to seize Su Yu's pulse and control him. But when he really exerted force, he realized with shock that it was as if he was grabbing a piece of steel. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not move Su Yu at all. What's wrong with your body? What happened to your body? Qi Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He loosened his grip as if he had been electrocuted. But in the darkness, Su Yu's hand quickly caught up to Qi Ming. He grabbed Qi Ming's arm. His grave and stern face was filled with murderous intent. It looks like you've squeezed enough. When he finished speaking, his 5 fingers exerted force. With a cracking sound, Qi Ming's bones cracked. Qi Ming let out a pathetic cry, trying his best to break free from Su Yu and escape. But Su Yu's hands were like giant pincers, holding him firmly. You want to kill me? Qi Ming was shocked. Su Yu calmly said, what do you think? Qi Ming's heart was in his throat, his eyes filled with fear. Wait. My master is outside. Even if you kill me, you might not be able to leave alive. If you swear to let me go, I can plead on behalf of my master to let you go. In any case, I am still of use to you. There is no benefit in killing me. But if you don't kill me, you can still live. Su Yu nodded. That makes sense. Qi Ming heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, Suyu made his move and broke the man's neck. This person was cunning. It was unwise to team up with him. Furthermore, since he was a servant, what right did he have to plead on behalf of his master? After confirming Qi Ming's death, Suyu casually searched his body, but found nothing. As the shopkeeper of the Golden Light Pavilion, it is surprising that he is so poor. Suyu curled his lips. With a flick of his finger, a small fireball burned Qi Ming's body to ashes. Just as Suyu turned to leave, he suddenly realized that there was a fine strand of hair within the ashes. It was completely undamaged. Suyu was certain that it was not a strand of hair. It was a treasure that could withstand high temperatures. He extended his hand and held the strand of hair in his palm. Turning his gaze, Suyu used a thread of weak soul energy to wrap around the strand of hair. At once, the soul energy was sucked into an unfamiliar space. It was extremely narrow, only the size of a bag. It was not even half as big as the cosmos mirror. But the narrow space was filled with all sorts of treasures. 9 complete immortal level techniques. 5 to 6 divine artifact. There were all sorts of runes, including the broken god rune that Suyu had seen before, as well as 2 fiery red lightning runes. Other than that, there were 7 to 8 bottles of extraordinary elixirs. Such a vast collection was 5 to 6 times richer than Suyu's. Oh! Xin Wuhan's cicada cloak. Suyu suddenly realized that there was an item that belonged to Xin Wuhan among the divine artifacts. His expression changed slightly and became a little grave. Xin Wuhan is a very mysterious woman. Her strength is probably not inferior to a real human king. However, even she died. I'm afraid that the person who killed her is not Qi Ming, but the master he spoke of. Thinking about it carefully, Suyu could roughly guess the abilities of the master. A half-god. If he was a fairy realm fighter, why would he bother to deal with the Ghost King? Only a half-god could kill Xin Wuhan. His heart sank. Even though Suyu had the experience of fighting a half-god, that was after borrowing Sheng Ji's power. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Thinking about it, Suyu's mind spun. He calculated the outcome of his fight with the master, his expression flickering. Chapter 440. The old man in the painting sat cross-legged, and a golden Buddhist bead floated in front of him. The Buddhist bead was engraved with complicated Sanskrit characters, and it emitted a strong Buddhist aura. Anyone who was swept by the Buddhist light would feel calm, and it would make people worship it. It was as if their souls were being baptized by Buddha. The spiritual pressure emitted by the Buddhist bead was even more shocking, far surpassing the level of a divine weapon. It could even compete with the Cosmos Thunder Sword. Compared to it, the ghost-suppressing golden ring was inferior. Under the golden light of the Buddhist bead, the imprisoned Ghost King's body twisted in pain, and it emitted a strong ghostly aura. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Were there any signs of unconsciousness in his eyes? His eyes were filled with ferociousness. The old man in the painting laughed coldly. Not pretending to be unconscious anymore. The ghost-suppressing golden ring can naturally make a normal Ghost King fall into a coma, and never wake up again. But you are not a normal Ghost King. How could I have overlooked this? This person already knew that after the Ghost King was imprisoned, he pretended to be unconscious, and waited for the other party to relax, and then take the opportunity to attack. The Ghost King let out a painful roar. Who are you? Forget about the ghost-suppressing golden ring, you even have a Buddhist relic. Even a true Buddhist disciple can't possibly have 2 inferior spiritual weapons at the same time. The old man in the painting said calmly, you don't have to worry about that. Then, he pointed at the Buddhist bead, and with a swoosh, the Buddhist bead drilled into the Ghost King's forehead. Ah, you want to use the Buddhist relic to control me? Don't even think about it. The Ghost King roared, and a ghost chi whirlpool appeared between his eyebrows to block the Buddhist bead's invasion. The old man in the painting smiled mockingly. You overestimate yourself. His 10 fingers rotated, and the Buddhist relic turned into a golden ball. It broke through the resistance of the whirlpool and entered the whirlpool. Only then did the old man in the painting stop forming hand seals. He heaved a sigh of relief. This Buddhist relic will exist in your inner world. As long as I think about it, the Buddhist power in the relic will explode, and you will instantly turn into ashes. So, you should know what to do next. The Ghost King's face was filled with deep hatred, but more than that, fear. After struggling for a while, he unwillingly lowered his head. Green Ghost pays respect to master. The old man in the painting smiled. Very good. As expected of a ghost that has cultivated for many years. Your life is more important than your dignity. There's no need to say more about this. Ghost King's heart was filled with hatred, but there was no longer any disrespect on his face. Qing doesn't dare. Humph. I know what you are thinking in your heart. Don't worry. When I return to Jojo, I will naturally let you live. Now, just do your best to help me enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion and take the opportunity to return to Jojo. Ghost King rolled his eyes, respectfully replied, as master commands. All right, now wait for my other servant to extract the heavenly secret map from your body, the old man in the painting said indifferently. After thinking for a while, he said, remove the ghost-suppressing golden ring from your body first. I'm just a spirit body, I need protection. Many thanks, master. The Ghost King was ecstatic as he respectfully stood behind the old man. The old man in the painting nodded his head and raised his hand. The ghost-suppressing golden ring on the Ghost King's body gradually loosened, turning back into a golden ring the size of a palm and floating in the air. Just as the old man in the painting raised his hand and was about to retrieve the golden ring, a ghost energy whirlpool suddenly appeared on the Ghost King's abdomen. The old man in the painting was slightly surprised. Hey! It seems to be faster than I expected. You found the mysterious heavenly secret map so quickly? However, the eyes of the old man in the painting suddenly froze. That's not right. From within the whirlpool, a huge flame rushed out and headed straight for the old man, who was just inches away. At first, the old man was stunned. Then, his expression turned cold. Humph! I have underestimated you. You are still alive after being in the Ghost King's body for 3 days. After his speech, a formless ripple filled the air, ignoring the flame. It passed through the air and shot towards the person in the whirlpool who was about to escape. A horrible shriek could be heard. Then, a crimson figure could be seen stumbling out of the whirlpool. Then, without saying a word, it broke through the ground and escaped quickly. The old man in the painting let out a soft gasp of surprise. You did not die from my soul attack. Even a strong martial artist like Xin Wuhan's soul had been destroyed in an instant. Without saying a word, the old man slammed his palms on the ground. Then, his whole body shot up into the air. With a shocking speed, he charged towards the ground and chased after the person who was escaping. However, just as the old man left, another whirlpool appeared on the Ghost King's abdomen. A red-haired young man, who was dressed in a moon-white long robe, ran out wildly. The moment he came out, he grabbed the ghost-suppressing golden ring, which was still floating in the air and had not been retrieved in time. Then, he turned into a fragmentary shadow and escaped into the sky. However, just as he was about to break through the ground, a wind shadow flashed above his head. A translucent old man was standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down coldly and wore a disdainful smile. You want to use such a small trick to distract me? Su Yu's clone had not been able to deceive the old man. If you had hidden in the world within the Ghost King's abdomen, I would not have been able to do anything to you. However, since you have come out, you are seeking your own death. The old man in the painting did not say a word. His eyes shot out a formless ripple of radiation. It was this ripple that had destroyed Xin Wuhan's clone in an instant. Su Yu was caught off guard and could not avoid the soul attack. However, what caused the expression of the old man in the painting to change was that his soul attack was like a clay ox entering the sea. He did not feel like he had harmed the other party's soul in the slightest. Who are you? The old man's expression turned serious. At the same time, he secretly ordered the Ghost King to attack. The Ghost King's dark red eyes glowed fiercely. Its ghostly claws slammed down abruptly. A frightening power, second only to that of the fairy realm, swept toward Su Yu. Su Yu's body shivered. Without hesitation, he used the short-distance wings and flew into the sky. The old man in the painting had a sinister expression. He pressed down with both hands. A soul attack that was far stronger than the one just now transformed into a formless giant palm and slammed toward Su Yu's soul. However, what caused the old man in the painting to be shocked was that Su Yu's figure merely flickered before he charged toward him as if nothing had happened. The old man's soul attack had no effect on Su Yu. The old man was shocked, instinctively dodging. Su Yu took the opportunity to escape into the sky. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared among the green clouds. Ching Gui! Chase after him immediately, the old man in the painting ordered. Ching Gui's eyes glowed. A black cloud appeared beneath his feet, carrying him away with a terrifying speed. The old man in the painting had a glint in his eyes, but he did not give chase. His eyes glowed with shock and uncertainty. Could that youth be a puppet? My soul attack actually didn't have the slightest effect. It looks like Qiming has most likely been killed. That mysterious heavenly map is most likely in the hands of this person. And the ghost-suppressing golden ring, how preposterous. This old man's Buddhist supreme treasure was actually stolen away in passing. The old man's expression was filled with murderous intent. I have prepared it for decades, but it was all stolen by that brat. If not for the fact that I only have soul attacks, I would have personally killed that brat. Above the sea, a pair of green wings cut through the horizon. Behind it, a black cloud cut through the sky in pursuit. A man and a ghost chased each other crazily above the vast sea. Chapter 441. Su Yu's expression turned serious as he flew in the direction of the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. He had thought that he would be facing a mysterious half-god, but the Ghost King had been in slave. Having seen the terror of the Ghost King, Su Yu's heart trembled. Die. The dark cloud beneath the Ghost King's feet was shockingly fast. It did not take long for it to catch up to Su Yu. It opened its mouth and spat out 2 stone pillars. Su Yu's heart sank. Most of his purple thunder needed to suppress the greenish-white thunder in his body. He could only use a small portion of it. The purple thunder he could use in the sacrificial altar had been used up. If he used the purple thunder again, the suppressed greenish-white thunder would explode. The outcome would be worse than death. Thinking for a moment, Su Yu tossed out a red talisman he had obtained from the space storage device in Qiming's hair. A bolt of red thunder shot toward the Ghost King. The Ghost King's body glowed with ghost energy, turning into a giant shield that blocked the thunder. But Su Yu took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. The Ghost King let out a cold grunt, determined Su Yu's direction, and chased relentlessly. The two of them chased for half a day, traversing tens of thousands of miles of ocean. After escaping for some time, the spirit energy in Su Yu's body gradually depleted. His heart sank. He still had a few frost moon dew pills that Phoenix Master Chiu had given him, which could replenish his spirit energy in time. But the Ghost King was relentless in his pursuit, and the pills would run out sooner or later. Escaping like this was not a solution. Su Yu's eyes flashed. While he still had some spirit energy, he retracted his wings and turned around, preparing for battle. The abilities of the Ghost King were not something an Azura could compare to. Su Yu guessed that even the 3 half-gods of the Heavenly Law Alliance might not be able to defeat this ghost in a one-on-one fight. Su Yu might have to use the only vital energy crystal in his body to activate the Cosmos Thunder Sword. With a thought, the Cosmos Mirror opened a crack. Just as it opened, a bolt of shocking sword energy shot into the sky, creating a 1,000-foot mark on the surface of the sea in front of him. The Ghost King, who had chased after Su Yu with a ferocious smile, suddenly froze. Not only did it stop its pursuit, it retreated 1,000 feet, looking at Su Yu with shock. A lightning-based semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. Who are you? A mere junior from the Void Zone actually possesses a semi-manufactured spirit weapon. The Ghost King was unusually serious. Su Yu's heart moved, and he suppressed the sword energy of the Cosmos Thunder Sword. His face turned cold. Is there a need for me to tell you? The Ghost King's eyes flickered and he started to ponder. After a while, he retracted his killing intent and the ghostly aura around him. He asked with a deep meaning, "Do you need the undead herb of the netherworld?" Su Yu was slightly surprised. "What are you trying to say?" The Ghost King stood with his arms folded, his eyes gleaming, Of course it is to make a deal with you. I'll give you the undead herb of the netherworld, and you'll help me kill that old man." The Ghost King's eyes flashed. Suyu stroked his chin, slightly tempted. This person is a soul body, and he has many strange tricks up his sleeves. I might have to exhaust all of my trump cards to kill him. Once that's the case, I'm afraid you'll be able to take advantage of the situation and get rid of me as well, right? Ghost King chuckled. You don't necessarily need to make a move now. With your abilities that are not weaker than a human king, I believe that the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion will definitely participate. There are many dangers there, and there will be many opportunities to kill him. As long as you agree to help me kill him, the undead herb of the netherworld will be yours. Suyu was moved. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded his head. All right, I agree. However, I need 2 undead herb of the netherworld. Laughing heartily, the Ghost King opened his mouth and spat out 2 strands of black hair. The undead herb of the netherworld was the hair on the Ghost King's head. That's easy. Now that I'm being controlled by that old man, all my treasures will belong to him sooner or later, so what's the harm in giving them to you? The Ghost King did not mind. At the same time, he spat out a yellowish scroll. It was the scroll of the Heart's Oath. With the scroll of the Heart's Oath, the Ghost King was not afraid that Suyu would dare to break his promise. After completing the oath, Suyu obtained 2 stalks of undead herb of the netherworld, and the 2 of them came to an agreement. The Ghost King was satisfied and laughed. Good. Mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, I look forward to working with you. After saying this, with a flash of light, he tore off one of his arms, pretending to be heavily injured. Only then could he fool the old man. I'll give you this arm of the Ghost King as well. Your body seems to have some of my bloodline. The blood essence of the Ghost King in this arm can purify your bloodline and strengthen the abilities of the evil ghost bloodline. This is something that the descendants of the Ghost Clan can only dream of. The Ghost King laughed. Suyu was surprised. He grabbed the arm with one hand and looked at the blood flowing in his arm. His body felt hot, and a feeling of excitement welled up in his heart. You will only be able to kill that old man if your abilities increase. The Ghost King's body was filled with ghost energy, turning into a cloud and floating away. Suyu looked around. After making sure that no one had noticed him, he kept his arm, turned around, and left. Tens of thousands of miles away, the Ghost King, who was within the black cloud, had a cunning look in his eyes. Hehe, is my blood that useful? If you really use it to purify your bloodline, it would be equivalent to planting a seal on you. With just a thought, I could control your life and death. Following which, Suyu went to the vicinity of the Heavenly Law Alliance as promised. Phoenix Master Chio had been waiting for him for a long time. I haven't seen you in half a month, and the spirit energy seems to have become much purer. How is it? Have you found the whereabouts of the undead herb of the netherworld? Suyu sighed. I only managed to find some clues. I'm afraid the chances of me cultivating the evil-destroying divine eyes are slim. It was not convenient for him to tell anyone about the Ghost King. Phoenix Master Chio did not doubt him. The undead herb of the netherworld was a precious item. If Suyu found it, she would be suspicious. Don't be discouraged. Phoenix Master Chio consoled him, then solemnly took out a jade box. I have not let you down. The Dragon Abyss elixir has been successfully made. Suyu was overjoyed. The Dragon Abyss elixir had been successfully made. Thank you, Phoenix Master Chio, Suyu said gratefully. After conversing for some time, he left in a flash, heading toward the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds to keep his appointment. He had just left when a beautiful woman in luxurious clothes flew over from the horizon. Her entire body was cold, like an icy beauty. Phoenix Master Chio's eyes narrowed, but she soon revealed a courteous expression and quietly waited. Miss Wuxin, the Alliance Master has been waiting for a long time. Why did he return half a month later? Long Wuxin was Long Juoxin's daughter, and she was known as the peerless genius who was most likely to break through to the fairy realm. Long Wuxin flew down and glanced at Phoenix Master Chio. She did not have much respect for her. Yes, I was delayed by something. Phoenix Master Chio, you are in charge of the intelligence department. Do you know the origins of the Black Snow Devil King? Phoenix Master Chiu was secretly shocked. What had happened to Long Wuxin when she was traveling in the outside world? Once he returned, he immediately inquired about the Black Snow Devil King. This person's appearance is very mysterious. We can't find out his exact details yet. But he just left. What? He's still alive. Long Wuxin's cold eyes shrank, and she was bewildered in her heart. The other party had obviously been swallowed by the Ghost King, so why was he still alive? Phoenix Master Chiu was secretly astonished. It seemed like something had happened between Long Wuxin and the Black Snow Devil King. Long Wuxin's eyes flickered, and she said in a grave voice, "Phoenix Master Chiu, please do your best to gather information about the Black Snow Devil King." Chapter 442. In the battleship. Xia Jingyu rested for half a month, replenishing her spiritual energy and stamina. After bidding farewell to Phoenix Master Chiu, she hesitated for a moment before heading to Qin Xiana's room. Sister Yi Yu. Seeing that it was Lord Yi Yu, Qin Xiana threw herself into Lord Yi Yu's embrace with a face full of surprise, smiling coquettishly. After spending half a month together, the relationship between the two quickly warmed up. Xia Jingyu felt helpless as she looked at the petite Qin Xiana in her arms. "I'm here to bid farewell to you." Xia Jingyu rubbed her head affectionately and sighed. Qin Xiana's eyes dimmed, and she felt a little lonely. However, it was quickly covered up by a cheerful smile. "Hehe, we will meet again very soon. Master has asked me to enter the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. I will be able to see Sister Yi Yu there." Hearing this, Xia Jingyu smiled and said, "Train well. When we meet in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, we might draw our swords against each other. At that time, I will not be merciful. Hehe, Sister Yi Yu has never seen me in action. You might not be able to defeat me." Qin Xiana smiled mysteriously. "Oh right." Qin Xiana suddenly thought of something. She clumsily took out a black book from her pocket. It was the Starry Sky Heavenly Book. It recorded everything that Xia Jingyu had seen and heard after she came to the continent. The seal on the book had not been opened yet, which meant that Qin Xiana had not opened it before. "Sister Yi Yu, please pass this book to Brother Su Yu personally." Qin Xiana handed the book over. Her eyes were clear and filled with smiles. Seeing that the book had not been stolen, Xia Jingyu looked at Qin Xiana with a gentler gaze. She was silent for some time, but did not retract the book. Instead, she let out a relieved laugh. "All that I can see is inside. I do not know if I will survive this trip to the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. If you survive, please continue to help me pass it to Su Yu." Qin Xiana wrinkled her nose. "Sister Yi Yu, you are too good to Brother Su Yu." Xia Jingyu smiled, but there was a trace of bitterness in her heart. So what if he was good? They were destined not to be together in this life. However, when Xia Jingyu lowered her head and looked at Qin Xiana's innocent face, she couldn't help but tease her. "Xiana, won't you have any thoughts about how I treat Brother Su Yu? Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch Brother Su Yu away?" Qin Xiana froze, tilting her head seriously. After thinking for a while, she asked curiously, "Why does Sister Yi Yu want to snatch Su Yu away? Sister, do you also like Brother Su Yu?" Xia Jingyu's face became slightly flushed, and she forced a smile. "What if, and I'm just saying, what if I really like you?" Hearing this, Qin Xiana slightly pursed her lips, while her small hands held the Starry Sky Heavenly Book tightly. She lowered her head, as if she was struggling and hesitating about something. After a long while, she raised her head and squeezed out a bright smile. "You can like Brother Su Yu together with me. I won't mind, really." Xia Jingyu revealed a loving smile and squatted down to pat her head. How could she not see Qin Xiana's struggle and hesitation? Which woman in the world would be willing to share her man? Qin Xiana probably couldn't bear to reject him for the sake of the Starry Sky Almanac. Therefore, he would rather suffer grievances and agree against his will. "Don't worry, I also have someone I like, so I won't fight with you over Brother Su Yu." Xia Jingyu chuckled. Qin Xiana blushed, lowered her head, and said shyly, "I really don't mind," but her voice became softer and softer, showing her guilt. Xia Jingyu smiled but did not say anything. After thinking for a while, She took out a dozen or so complete dragon abyss fruits from her bosom. Previously, she had taken some during the battle with the Shura, so she had 20 more. Xiana seemed to be missing 1 or 2 more dragon abyss fruits, so the extra ones were useless to her. I'll leave them for you. Before entering the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, try your best to break through to Heaven Master. Only then will you have the ability to protect yourself. Xiana was overjoyed. Thank you, Sister Yi Yu. After getting to know each other, Xiana did not stand on ceremony, accepting all of the fruits in one go. Other than one, which she placed in her left pocket, she placed the rest in her right pocket. Xia Jingyu was a little surprised. Xiana, I have a question that I've wanted to ask since we were in the Dragon Abyss. Why did you split the Dragon Abyss fruits you obtained into 2 pockets? Xiana hesitated for a moment, then mysteriously closed the doors and windows, pouring out all of the Dragon Abyss fruits from the 2 pockets. The left pocket was mostly filled with broken Dragon Abyss fruits, while the right pocket was filled with 10 complete Dragon Abyss fruits. Xia Jingyu understood, smiling as she praised, very smart. The Dragon Abyss elixirs made from broken Dragon Abyss fruits would most likely lose their effectiveness. Making them separately would ensure the most complete Dragon Abyss elixirs. Unexpectedly, Xiana sat in front of the table, guarding the table full of Dragon Abyss fruits as if she was guarding a treasure. She shook her head vigorously. No, the broken Dragon Abyss fruits are for me. The complete Dragon Abyss fruits are for Brother Su Yu. Brother Su Yu is cultivating alone. Without good resources, it must be very difficult. Hence, I want to leave the best for Brother Su Yu. Hehe, that's right. I still have many elixirs that can increase one's cultivation level from my master. I will give them to Brother Su Yu when the time comes, Xiana said, her small face brimming with happiness. At that moment, Xia Jingyu looked at that smile. Her eyes were piercing, and her soul was deeply shaken. One of the 2 pockets had been prepared for Su Yu. She had brought Su Yu with her all the time. Xia Jingyu smiled weakly, muttering to herself, I really don't have a chance. She had imagined that Xiana's feelings for Su Yu would fade with time. That way, she would still have a chance. But seeing this scene, she felt a sense of loss. I will help you both be happy. Goodbye, Xiana. Xia Jingyu tried her best to smile, waving goodbye. However, when he turned his head back, he secretly added, Goodbye, Su Yu. Leaving the warship, Xia Jingyu felt a sense of loneliness. It was their promise to look at the prosperity of the Zhenlong continent on Su Yu's behalf. Now that she had handed over the Starry Sky Heavenly Book and met Xiana again, Xia Jingyu suddenly thought that perhaps she and Su Yu were no longer bound by anything. What was left was to forget each other. Above the sea, Su Yu traveled for 3 consecutive days. He was about to reach the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds. But his figure flickered, but he did not immediately return to the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds. Instead, he landed on an island. There are still 5 to 6 days until the appointed time. Before that, I'll deal with the goods first. Apart from the rare undead herb of the Netherworld, he had also obtained a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, the ghost-suppressing golden ring. Su Yu had witnessed the power of that item vividly. Even such a ferocious ghost king had been firmly imprisoned by the ghost-suppressing golden ring. To Su Yu, who had been targeted by the heavenly ghost Shengji, it was a timely help. It was a pity that the item had already been refined by the old man in the painting. Su Yu's 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid had been completely depleted, so he was unable to refine it. If he forcefully used it, the power of this item would undoubtedly be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for it to display its power when used to intimidate the Ghost King. Other than that, Su Yu had also obtained a mysterious heavenly map. The old man in the painting had prepared for dozens of years to obtain this item, so it must be extremely important. However, it was a pity that he did not know its use at the moment, so he could only keep it for the time being. Lastly, there was a vital energy crystal embedded at the abdomen of the black armor. This indicated that this broken armor did not belong to the Zhenlong continent. Moreover, this object was abnormally hard. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, the location of the heart. Naked. Although it was exposed, it was still a top-grade armor. However, he did not know how strong its defense was. He still needed to test it in actual combat. After keeping all the items properly, Suyu took out the Dragon Abyss Elixir. Looking at the completely black Dragon Abyss Elixir, Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had been stuck at Immortal Realm Level 4 peak for a very long time. It was time for a new breakthrough. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state to its peak, then opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir. At once, a bone-piercing cold energy invaded his dantian. Within his dantian, the liquefied spirit energy was being compressed by the cold energy, gathering continuously. His dantian was experiencing an intense pain, causing Suyu to clench his teeth, letting out a cracking sound. Large beads of sweat rolled down Suyu's face, which was gradually turning pale. At that moment, the liquefied spirit energy in his body, after being compressed to the extreme, started to chain. Within the liquefied spirit energy, shreds of weak crystals could be seen gradually being compressed. They were spirit energy crystals. As time passed, the number of spirit energy crystals increased. At that moment, a layer of dark clouds had gathered in the sky. Bolts of lightning could be faintly seen, roaring continuously, as if preparing for something. Suyu sensed it, raising his head to look at the sky, his expression changing. Of all times, it has to come at this moment. At that moment, Suyu was fully focused on his breakthrough. How could he have the excess spirit energy to deal with the lightning that had appeared out of nowhere? Tens of thousands of miles away. A sloppy old man was sitting on a giant rock, drunkenly pouring wine into his mouth. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, looking at the horizon in shock. Whoosh, with the sound of the air being torn apart, two youthful figures appeared. The two of them wore simple clothing, their collars sewn with the word Qin. Elder Ju, is someone going through the fairy realm? The youth in the lead had a cultivation level of half-god. His age was not more than 25 years old. Such talent was terrifying. The sloppy old man looked for a moment, then shook his head. No, it is a breakthrough to Heaven Master. The youth in the lead was shocked. Elder, Heaven Masters can attract a heavenly tribulation? That is too unbelievable. The sloppy old man laughed. This is the first time I've seen it. It must be someone who deserves to be struck by lightning. Don't worry about it, just wait for that lad to come. The two youths bowed in acknowledgement, standing at the side respectfully, not making a sound. Suyu had reached a crucial moment. At that moment, the liquefied spirit energy in his body had turned into shreds of weak crystals, gradually condensing under the pressure of the medicinal effects. But at that moment, the lightning that had been brewing for a long time finally came roaring down. With a loud rumble, a 10-jong-thick lightning dragon roared down, as if it wanted to destroy the entire island. Suyu, who was deep within, groaned. With a thought, the broken armor covered his body. Chapter 443. The entire reef island was shaken to the point that it was trembling violently. The coral reef that Suyu was on was sinking into the sea. In a breath's time, the entire island was destroyed. The lightning that splashed into the sea instantly killed all the living creatures within a 100-mile radius. In an instant, the surface of the sea was littered with corpses. As for Suyu, who had fallen into the sea, his body was covered in lightning, as if it wanted to blast his body into nothingness. At the critical moment, the vital energy crystal of the black armor released a bolt of vital energy, activating the armor and releasing a layer of black protective barrier. Although the lightning was strong, it could not get close to Suyu, dispersing within the protective barrier. However, there was a gap at the chest area of the armor. The lightning circled a few times, and less than 10% of the lightning struck Suyu through the crack. Pooh! Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body a mess of flesh and blood. His divine sense had almost been scattered. The crystal that had been forming in his dantian shook violently, showing signs of being scattered. Suyu was extremely furious. The breakthrough of a mere heaven master had attracted a heavenly disaster. But what caused his expression to change was that the dark clouds in the sky had no intention of dispersing. Instead, two bolts of lightning struck down. His expression turned serious. One bolt of lightning had nearly interrupted his breakthrough. If it were two bolts of lightning, not only would his cultivation level be interrupted, He might not even be able to survive. Clenching his teeth, Suyu opened the storage artifact on the strand of hair. There were 4 middle-grade divine artifacts within, and Suyu painfully threw them all out. Rumble, crack, 2 of the divine artifacts exploded on the spot. But because of that, the lightning was neutralized. But before Suyu could heave a sigh of relief, the dark clouds in the sky gathered again, and 3 bolts of lightning struck down. A total of 3 bolts. This was practically forcing Suyu to his death. Bang! The remaining 2 middle-grade divine artifacts were destroyed. The remaining bolt of lightning struck down without any resistance. At the critical moment, Suyu endured the pain and took out a spiritual ruler. It was Xin Wuhan's powerful divine artifact that could summon beast souls. The two collided, and a beast soul flew out from the spiritual ruler, swallowing the lightning. The two destroyed each other. The beast soul was destroyed by the lightning, and the spiritual ruler split into 2. The spirit ruler was destroyed. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu frantically forced the fusion of the crystals. However, the dark clouds that were clearly about to dissipate actually condensed again. Moreover, a bolt of yellow lightning that far surpassed the previous one appeared. Its aura was vast and its destructive power was exceptionally shocking. The fusion of the 6 lightning bolts earlier was not even comparable to the yellow lightning bolt in front of him. Suyu, who had noticed this, could not help but be filled with murderous intent. Within the lightning, he sensed a familiar aura, heavenly might. It was the heavens that prevented him from becoming a heaven master. It seemed like Suyu's pure divine decree and heavenly eyes had angered the ruler of the unseen world. Hence, it had tried its best to obstruct his breakthrough. Suyu clenched his teeth, and the fire origin and ice origin in his body gushed out at the same time. Bang! Amidst the deafening rumble, a 500-foot thick thunder dragon roared as it charged toward Suyu, who was at the bottom of the sea. The origin energy of ice and fire turned into 2 pillars of light that soared into the sky, heading straight for Lei Long. The ear needles collided, but there was no sound. Half of the thunder dragon was destroyed, but the 2 origin energies were also swallowed by the heavenly might thunder dragon. The will of the heavens that wanted to stop Suyu from breaking through was extremely strong. As if sensing danger, the vital energy crystal on the armor quickly released a large amount of vital energy. In an instant, more than 30% of its energy was used. A 5-jong thick light barrier enshrouded Suyu entirely. Thump! The thunder dragon roared as it smashed down. At that moment, Suyu felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body shot toward the depths of the sea like a cannonball. There was a metallic taste in his throat, and his internal organs were in turmoil. Many of the bones in his body were broken. The crystal within his dantian, which was about to condense successfully, was violently shaken, nearly collapsing. Suyu's expression changed. Without another word, he quickly protected his dantian and gathered the collapsing crystal back together. But at that moment, a hole appeared in the chest area of the protective barrier. The lightning, which had nowhere to escape, crazily drilled into the barrier. Thump, thump, but a crackling sound could be heard from within the armor. Suyu, who was already badly mutilated, was struck by the lightning until his entire body festered. His flesh split open, and his bones could be seen. These were only external injuries. The overbearing lightning of the heavenly tribulation did not stop there. It entered Suyu's body, rampaging and destroying everything in its path. His body was filled with continuous banging sounds, his flesh exploding piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, Suyu was on the brink of life and death. His consciousness was a little fuzzy, and his soul was shaken violently. At that moment, the divine 9-dragon cauldron suddenly shook. 10 drops of red liquid rippled out from within the cauldron. The white dragon, which had been crystallized a third, had been crystallized by 2/3 in an instant. The remaining red liquid entered Suyu's bloodline. A shocking scene appeared. The overbearing lightning immediately became docile, like a mouse that had seen a cat. Everywhere it passed, all the violent lightning of the heavenly tribulation became gentle. It was as if the red liquid was like a king. Very quickly, the red liquid flowed through Suyu's entire body. The remaining lightning in his body became docile. At the same time, everywhere the red liquid passed, Su Yu's nearly destroyed body recovered at a shocking speed. In a short moment, his skin was as good as new, as if he had never been injured. Finally, the remaining red liquid seemed to have sensed something and flowed toward Su Yu's dantian. Under its nourishment, cracks appeared. The crystal, which was about to collapse, quickly formed. A moment later, it formed into a crystal the size of a thumb, quietly revolving within Su Yu's dantian. Crystal was the symbol of a heaven master. A comfortable feeling spread throughout Su Yu's body. Feeling the powerful ripples of spirit energy within his dantian, Su Yu's body was filled with unimaginable power. He believed that if he met a human king, he would be able to fight him head-on, even without relying on his physical body. Looking around at the various ruins that had fallen into the sea with him, Su Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. If not for the fact that he had various divine artifacts, the armor he had obtained, and the help of the divine nine-dragon cauldron at the last moment, he would have been obliterated. Hatred burned in his chest. Su Yu shot into the sky, cutting through the surface of the sea. At that moment, the dissipating dark clouds started to gather again. A bolt of green lightning, even more terrifying than the yellow lightning, was brewing. Scram! Su Yu's eyes turned cold, opening his mouth to suck in a mouthful of spirit energy. The word army, which was 10,000 zhong in size, suddenly exploded. The destructive sound wave charged into the dark clouds with radiation. The dark clouds that were still condensing were swept away by the huge sound wave that swept away all the cloud. Even the lightning that had yet to be formed was destroyed with a whimper. On the faraway Dragon Abyss Island of the 9 underworlds, 2 members of the Qin family looked at the scene in shock. The heavenly disaster has been dispersed. But at that moment, the dark clouds started to gather again. Su Yu's gaze turned cold, taking out the silver bow. He had already refined the bow to 80% and could use its full power. Pulling the bow back, a 3-foot-long arrow of spirit energy appeared. As Su Yu released his fingers, it was like a green lightning bolt, piercing through the dark cloud. The tribulation clouds were dispersed once again. But the heavenly disaster did not seem to rest until it killed Su Yu. After dispersing, it started to gather again. But just as it gathered, an arrow of spirit energy pierced through it. In the darkness, there seemed to be a furious roar coming from the soul level. The dark clouds were gathering at an even faster speed. Without thinking, Su Yu shot out an arrow, dispersing the dark clouds. His face was filled with cold murderous intent. I will destroy one tribulation cloud when it appears. I will destroy both if 2 appear. I want to see what you can do to me. Just like that, the dark clouds continued to gather and were dispersed by Su Yu. The tribulation clouds were extremely aggrieved. Before they could form any more lightning, they were dispersed. This went on for 9 rounds. Finally, the lightning could no longer gather. But from the 9 heavens, a cold murderous intent pierced through Su Yu. The murderous intent was so strong it seemed to come from the whole world, filled with the power of heaven and earth. Su Yu was not afraid. He looked toward the direction of the murderous intent. He let out a cold laugh. What are you looking at? I don't care who you are. One day, I will step into the 9 heavens and destroy all of you. After experiencing the heavenly disaster with the heavenly eyes, Su Yu had seen through the so-called heavenly disaster. There was no heavens in the world. There were only strong fighters of the human race who enslaved all living beings. They called themselves heavens, suppressing the breakthroughs of all living beings. They treated the people of the Zhenlong continent like livestock. If they disobeyed, they would use lightning to suppress them. Why did Su Yu need to fear such a powerful world? As if in response to Su Yu's provocation, an even stronger murderous intent descended. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. Other than glaring at me, what else can you do? A bunch of trash. If those people could kill Su Yu, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? Ignoring the cold murderous intent, Su Yu turned and charged in another direction, looking for a quiet place to stabilize his cultivation level. He only flew toward the island in the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds 5 or 6 days after he had recovered. Whoosh! Before Su Yu had even descended into the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds, a figure of light appeared. It was Gang Daily. This person had a forthright personality and had helped Su Yu quite a bit in the past. Haha, as expected, you have successfully broken through to Heaven Master. Gang Daily's clone laughed, stepping forward to pat Su Yu's shoulder. Su Yu smiled modestly. This is all thanks to Brother Daily's help. That was how I was able to find enough Dragon Abyss fruits. Gang Daily laughed. You don't have to be humble. The aura of your breakthrough a few days ago was extraordinary as well. It really opened my eyes. Su Yu was stunned. A few days ago? I broke through half a month ago. Did someone break through here a few days ago? Su Yu had noticed that Gang Daily's carefree attitude had changed. His eyes were filled with shrewdness. It was obvious that Gang Daily was not as boorish as he looked. Chapter 444. Gang Daily shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, the old man is waiting for you." Led by him, Su Yu landed on a giant rock. Apart from the sloppy old man, there were two youths in ancient clothes with the word Qin embroidered on their collars. "Lad, you are finally here. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go." The sloppy old man did not bother with pleasantries. He only looked at Su Yu profoundly, revealing a mysterious smile as he led the group away. When Su Yu came to his senses, he was already on a white cloud, flying at a shocking speed. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. It was as if he had truly traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. What shocked Su Yu even more was that when he was sucked into the cloud, he did not react at all. The terror of the fairy realm was not something that immortal realm cultivators could surpass. He is the Black Snow Devil King that we have been waiting for half a month. Humph, his abilities are average, but he is very arrogant. After settling down, one of the two youths with the word Qin embroidered on their collars looked at Su Yu with a critical gaze, muttering softly. The cloud was only a few jong wide, and even the smallest of whispers could be heard. It was obvious that the other party was speaking to him. Su Yu turned his head and glanced at him. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a natural tumor on his forehead that looked like a green horn. After glancing at him, Su Yu retracted his gaze as if nothing had happened. He had no intention of responding. What kind of gaze is that? The green-horned youth was displeased. Su Yu's gaze was extremely arrogant to him. Su Yu did not reply. He even closed his eyes. Seeing this, the young man was secretly annoyed. "I say, don't you think too highly of yourself?" The sloppy old man was sleeping soundly on the cloud. On the other side, Gang Daily, whose entire body was wrapped in a ball of light, seemed to have entered a meditative state. He did not try to stop Su Yu. Only the 25-year-old youth beside the green-horned youth creased his brows and scolded, "Shut up." The green-horned youth shuddered. Although he looked at Su Yu furiously, he did not dare speak again. This must be the famous Black Snow Devil King. It has been a long time since we last met. I am Qin Jiuyang, and this is my brother, Qin Yushan. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Qin Jiuyang was quite handsome, and his whole body was filled with a masculine aura. He was also quite humble. Even though he was a demigod, he was still able to apologize to others. It could be seen that he still had some magnanimity. Su Yu opened his eyes and cupped his fists slightly. "Mr. Qin, you flatter me. Compared to the Qin family of the 8 great ancient clans, a mere wandering martial artist like me is nothing." Qin Yushan was shocked, while Qin Jiuyang revealed an interested expression. "I am indeed from the Qin clan of the 8 great ancient clans. Brother Black Snow, you have a good eye." Su Yu smiled indifferently. A half-god genius with the surname Qin. Apart from the 8 great ancient clans, I really can't think of any other forces that could nurture such an outstanding person. In fact, Su Yu was a little surprised. He was actually traveling with the 8 great ancient clans. Qin Jiuyang did not take it to heart and smiled. "In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, I hope that we can help each other. It should be Mr. Qin who will guide me," Su Yu replied modestly, then closed his eyes. Qin Jiuyang smiled, but did not speak. "Brother Jiuyang, why did you stop me just now? This person is arrogant. Why do you need to be nice to him?" Qin Yushan sent a message to Su Yu secretly, feeling indignant. Qin Jiuyang calmly replied, "You cannot judge a book by its cover." If you look down on others, you will suffer in the end. Since this person was chosen by Elder Ju to carry out that mission with us, he must have something special about him. It is foolish of you to provoke him for no reason. Furthermore, based on my intuition, even though your cultivation level is above his, if you were to fight him, you might not be able to gain much from him. Qin Yushan laughed angrily. Brother Jiuyang, aren't you overestimating the morale of others and diminishing your own? Even though I am stupid, I have been trained by the best in my family since I was young. I have fought countless life and death battles in my life. No matter what, I am not someone that any random cat or dog can compare to. Qin Jiuyang creased his brows slightly, but did not continue to persuade him. He understood his own clan brother very well. In terms of talent, apart from himself, no one in the entire Qin family could compare to him. Even though he was only a human king, he had the experience of exchanging a few blows with a half-god. Among the human kings of the same generation in the clan, no one was a match for him. Thus, the arrogance in his heart was not tempered and would not be restrained. There was no point in saying anything more. After a few days, the white clouds traversed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers and descended on an extremely steep, desolate mountain in the middle continent. This mountain was abnormally steep, and the mountain body was slanted as if it was about to collapse. Many white clouds surrounded the middle of the mountain. Looking down, one could see a cliff that was tens of thousands of feet high. There were also many strange giant birds that flew past. Gang Daly, who was cultivating, seemed to have sensed something and woke up. He grinned and said, "We are finally here. Damn it, my butt is numb." The group of people jumped down one after another. He carried the drunken sloppy old Taoist down and threw him on the ground. "Ouch! You bastard!" The sloppy old Taoist was instantly in pain. His drunkenness was completely gone, and he opened his mouth to curse. Gang Daly snorted angrily and said, "Old man, stop talking nonsense. Open the spell and let us in quickly." The sloppy old Taoist glared at Gang Daly fiercely, rubbing his butt. He formed a seal with one hand and struck the void in front of him. The void, which had clearly been empty, suddenly rippled. Without a sound, a purplish gold door covered in symbols appeared. The door gave off an ancient aura, as if it had been through the ages. The sloppy old Taoist's expression turned serious. "I can only open this door for 5 breaths' time. The 4 of you must enter within these 5 breaths' time." Suyu was shocked. Even with the power of the fairy realm, he could only open the door for 5 breaths' time. The sloppy old Taoist put down the wine pot, his expression serious. A shocking amount of vital energy burst forth from his body, turning into a pair of giant hands that pushed open the purplish gold door in front of him. Creak, the purplish gold door opened slightly. A spiritual energy that was 3 times denser than the outside world gushed forth. "Go in quickly." The door only allowed one person to pass through. The sloppy old Taoist's face turned red. It was obvious that it was extremely strenuous. The expressions of the 4 of them turned cold, and they entered one after another. Finally, the sloppy old Taoist entered as well. Without the vital energy to maintain it, the purplish gold door closed with a bang, then turned into nothingness. Suyu felt his feet spin, and he staggered as he landed on an ice-cold ground. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a rather large bronze plaza. There were statues of different shapes around the plaza. They were all young people, not older than 25 years old. There was even a 14-year-old girl among them. These statues were emitting a terrifying aura. They were at least at the level of half-god. Some of them had even surpassed the human king level, reaching the level of the fairy realm. Unfortunately, the fairy realm expert was the 14-year-old girl. Suyu was shocked. Looking at the hundreds of statues, he had a vague feeling that he could not understand them. These statues are the strongest martial artists that have appeared in the history of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Every statue represents the strongest martial artist of the current generation of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Suyu stared at the 14-year-old girl in disbelief. "May I ask Elder Ju, which generation's strongest martial artist is this little girl?" The sloppy old Taoist looked at the young girl's statue, unable to hide his shock. She is the strongest martial artist of the previous generation. But why have I never heard of such a talented young girl in the Junlong continent? Suyu could not understand. Similarly, the three people who had come along were in disbelief. The young girl in front of them had reached the level of the fairy realm at the age of 14. What kind of frightening talent was that? Who told you that she was from the Junlong continent? The sloppy old Taoist raised his eyebrows. What? Suyu and the others were shocked. If she was not from the Junlong continent, could she be from Jojo? That's right. Just as you have guessed, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion is not exclusive to the Junlong continent. It is actually the legacy of Jojo. But every 10,000 years, a weak projection will descend upon the Junlong continent. With luck, we have the chance to enjoy the legacy of Jojo once. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion has descended upon Jojo hundreds of times, but it has only appeared twice in the Junlong continent. The sloppy old Taoist revealed a secret that no one knew about. As he spoke, the old man's expression turned serious. In the Junlong continent, due to the restrictions of heaven and earth, no one can make a breakthrough to the fairy realm. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion is your only chance. The King of Darkness and the First Realm Master that you know of only made a breakthrough in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Apart from them, throughout the ages, the Junlong continent has never produced another fairy realm. So, you should understand what the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion means to you. Hearing this, the breathing of everyone present quickened. The only chance to make a breakthrough to the fairy realm. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, Elder, if that's the case, we will meet strong fighters from Jojo in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. I wonder what their abilities are like. Are there any fairy realm cultivators inside? The sloppy old Taoist laughed. Good question. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion has very high requirements for those who enter. First, they cannot be older than 25. Secondly, their cultivation levels must be below the fairy realm. Once they exceed this limit, they will be forcefully transported out. So, you do not have to worry about the strong fighters of the fairy realm inside. As everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the sloppy old Taoist suddenly laughed. However, among the hundreds of statues, if nothing goes wrong, none of the geniuses of the Junlong continent can defeat one of them. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Qin Yushan's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Qin Zhuoyang and Gang Daily were deep in thought. Suyu stared at the hundreds of statues. Every one of them was the strongest fighter participating in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Their abilities had reached a frightening level, not something an ordinary half-god could compare to. The sloppy old Taoist's words were not empty words. At this moment, the space opposite them rippled. 7 figures appeared. They were the 7 Lords of Darkness. Suyu's pupils turned serious and he looked at the 2 people who were ranked first and second. Bai Luo and Shen Ying. Bai Luo wore a green robe, his aura restrained. He looked like an ordinary person. Chapter 445. A pair of long and narrow eyes immediately noticed the presence of the person in front of him. But it only paused for a moment on Qin Zhuoyang before looking at the sloppy old man in shock. Hey! Interesting. The King of Darkness did not personally take action, but still allowed you to enter this place? Could it be that he had been preparing the heaven offering ceremony to successfully transport you here? Bai Luo's expression was calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing in front of the sloppy old man. Greetings, Elder Ju. The sloppy old man looked at him indifferently, saying meaningfully, not bad. You are only a step away from the fairy realm, similar to Long Wuxin of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Strive to break through in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. That way, the King of Darkness's hundreds of years of seclusion would not have been in vain. Hearing this, Bai Luo's pupils dilated. No one knew if the King of Darkness was dead or alive. Hearing the sloppy old man's words, it seemed like the King of Darkness was still alive. Their gazes flashed, and the 7 Lords of Darkness stood quietly at the side, no longer speaking. Among the 7 of them, Xia Jingyu looked at Suyu in surprise. Suyu felt it. Even though her face was covered by water vapor, Suyu could still feel her kind smile. He smiled back at her. However, the corners of his eyes never left Bai Luo and Shen Ying. The two of them had left Su Yu with a blood feud that he had yet to repay. At that moment, the void rippled. A black-robed old man appeared with a few people. Su Yu was shocked. That black-robed old man was none other than the First Realm Master. He was the ancient powerhouse that had escaped from the underground tomb that day. Now, he was just a corpse. Under the control of Long Juexin, he used the power of the fairy realm to open the door, bringing in a line of fighters. Among them were 3 juniors. One was a beautiful lady with an icy aura. She had an extraordinary appearance, but her eyes were emotionless, pushing people away. Her cultivation level was also frightening. She had reached the half-god realm, and she was not an ordinary half-god. Next was a human king, a youth who looked similar to Long Feiyu. He was handsome and had a strong demeanor. Finally was Xiana. She had also broken through to the fairy realm after a few days. At this moment, a pair of big, watery eyes were looking around. After discovering Su Yu and Lord Yi Yu, she waved her hands in surprise and greeted them. Long Juexin noticed Su Yu's presence with just a single glance, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. However, when he noticed the drunken sloppy old man, his expression changed. He quickly hid the strange look in his eyes and went forward to greet him. "Greetings, Elder Ju." Even the Heavenly Law Alliance Master had to bow and scrape in front of the sloppy old man. The sloppy old man waved his hand. "You don't have to be so polite. Nurturing Long Wuxin is the right way to go." Long Juexin shuddered as he silently retreated. Boom. At this moment, the space fluctuated again, and a large group of people entered. Taking a closer look, they were the 4 ancient clans. Other than the exterminated Tu clan and Yu clan, the Gui clan, which had yet to arrive, and the Qin clan, which had come with Su Yu, the other 4 clans had all arrived. The 4 great ancient clans came as expected. They only had a few elders, and the rest were the outstanding disciples of the clan. Each clan would only send one. They were all sovereign personage experts, but there were no demigods. 8 ancient clans? The 7 lords of darkness let out a cold, murderous aura. The Empire of Darkness had never been on good terms with the 8 great ancient clans. At this moment, the space fluctuated again. A mysterious person in a purple robe, his entire body wrapped tightly, stepped into the space. The sloppy old man squinted his eyes, letting out a hollow laugh. Su Yu had a thought, silently remembering the purple-robed person. The purple-robed person seemed to have sensed something, and he looked in Su Yu's direction. The plaza, which had been empty a moment ago, was now filled with people in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere was harmonious. Even though they had grudges in the past, they did not want to cause trouble in front of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Until 2 days later. With a buzzing sound, the surrounding space tightened. The sloppy old man's golden light flashed, and he looked around. The space node to enter this place has already been closed. It looks like we are the only ones participating in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Su Yu creased his brows. On the continent, the people of the top forces were all present. But only the Gui clan of the 8 great ancient clans was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they did not care about such a grand occasion? Buzz, 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 the space fluctuated once again. In the middle of the plaza, a few giant stone pillars suddenly appeared. The ground in the middle of the stone pillars was surrounded by 9 dragon-shaped patterns. "Let's go up the stone pillars." The sloppy old man waved his hands, sending the 3 of them toward one of the stone pillars. He remained on the ground, smiling as he looked at them. Long Juexin also shouted, "The 3 of you will take a stone pillar as well." Long Wuxin, Long Fighting, and Qin Xiana flew up a stone pillar. Seeing this, the rest of the people seemed to know the rules of this place. Every force would take a stone pillar. The plaza seemed to have some sort of special sensing power, just enough for every force to take a stone pillar. As such, there were a few forces in total. The force that Su Yu was in, the force that the 7 Lords of Darkness were in, the force that the Heavenly Law Alliance was in, the force that the 4 great ancient clans were in, and finally, the force that the purple-robed person was in. There were a total of 5 forces, and those who remained were all geniuses. The elders who accompanied them did not go up. Suddenly, the 9 dragon patterns on the ground surrounded by the 5 stone pillars trembled, and a line of floating words appeared. In the mysterious heavenly battle, every stone pillar has to fight against 4 other stone pillars. According to the intensity of the fight, the space node will be transported to a place with more resources. Note that the more intense the fight, the more talented the participants are, and they will be transported to a place with more resources. The 9 dragon patterns below will react accordingly to your battle situation. You will also be ranked according to your battle records. The top 3 will receive an unrefined mid-rank divine artifact. The second place will receive 2, and the first place will receive a bottle of heavenly flower liquid in addition to a mid-rank divine artifact. It can erase the imprint of any divine artifact below the level of a spirit artifact. Hearing this, Su Yu's pupils dilated. The divine artifact was one thing, but the first place would receive a bottle of heavenly flower liquid. The ghost-suppressing golden ring in Su Yu's hands lacked the 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid to erase its mark. If he could obtain this bottle of heavenly flower liquid. Looking around, Su Yu could not help but shudder. There were as many as 4 demigods here. How could it be easy to get first place? Furthermore, looking at their expressions, it was obvious that they were tempted by the reward for first place. The sloppy old man let out a cold grunt. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion really knows how to give rewards based on the location. In the mysterious heavenly divine battle of Jojo, the top 3 are rewarded with a high-grade divine artifact. The first place can even get a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. They were all attracted by the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, but it was obviously not completely fair. The mysterious heavenly battle begins. Choose your stone pillar battle team. The atmosphere on the 5 stone pillars became tense. They were all secretly observing the abilities of their opponents. Brother Joyoung, let me go first. Qin Yushan's eyes flashed, eager to try. Qin Joyoung said, which stone pillar do you wish to choose as your opponent? Qin Yushan was full of confidence, shooting a glance toward the purple-robed mysterious man. Fight him. Unexpectedly, Qin Joyoung did not hesitate. No. He is very dangerous, and I am not completely confident. Qin Yushan's expression changed slightly. This lone purple-robed person was actually so ferocious. With a flash of his eyes, Qin Yushan looked toward the Heavenly Law Alliance and laughed coldly. I have long heard of the great name of the Heavenly Law Alliance. I would like to see their abilities. Among the 3 of them, his gaze flickered for a moment before locking onto Long Fighting, who was in the middle. Qin Joyoung nodded slightly. You can give it a try. With a joyous expression, Qin Yushan was full of confidence. He pointed at Long Fighting and said, I am Qin Yushan. I would like to challenge you. Long Fighting did not expect that someone would challenge him. He was slightly stunned, then let out a cold grunt. I am Long Fighting. I will naturally keep you company, Long Wuxin said expressionlessly. With this kind of trash, if I do not defeat him within 10 moves, I will punish him heavily when I return. This lady was exceptionally strict. Long Fighting's heart trembled. Without any disrespect, he flew down from the stone pillar seriously and landed on the ground in the middle of the 5 stone pillars. Qin Yushan let out a cold grunt. With a leap of his legs, he landed vertically. The ground shook violently from the impact, and a few cracks appeared under his feet. Make your move. Qin Yushan took out a 9-segmented whip from his back. It was a middle-grade divine weapon. Moreover, it had been completely refined, and it was emitting a rather strong spiritual pressure. Long Fighting let out a grunt and opened the cosmos fan in his hands, revealing a landscape painting. Begin. Qin Yushan was methodical. He imbued his spiritual energy into the 9-segmented whip. Instantly, the entire whip emitted a jade-colored brilliance. It looked like a beautiful jade object. The long whip lashed down fiercely. An afterimage that was hard to catch by the naked eye streaked across the sky, bringing with it a series of sharp exploding sounds. The terrifying power of the attack was close to that of a half-god. Long Fighting, who was opposite him, did not panic. He shook his wrist gently, and a giant mountain flew out of the cosmos fan. The mountain was lifelike, as if it was a real object. A huge pressure suddenly pressed down. The ground where Qin Yushan was suddenly sank, and his face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Such a strange technique was rather difficult to deal with. Qin Yushan, who had been full of confidence earlier, could not help but be filled with anger. He let out a loud grunt and the 9-segmented whip in his hands lashed out fiercely. The whip that was lashing at Long Fighting suddenly changed direction and lashed back at the giant mountain. With a loud rumble, the huge mountain range was split into countless pieces of rubble. However, without waiting for Qin Yushan to heave a sigh of relief, his opponent fanned the Cosmos fan once again. A long river appeared out of nowhere and crashed towards Qin Yushan. Qin Yushan's expression finally changed. "You are too arrogant. 9 dragons in the sky." Qin Yushan's wrist twisted and turned quickly. The whip in his hand was like a long dragon that was dancing in the air. A huge tornado rose from the whip and swept away the long river that was sweeping towards them. However, at that moment, 3 tall mountains descended from the sky without any warning. The mountains came very suddenly, and Qin Yushan was caught off guard. He was immediately crushed by the 3 mountains.